Hi there. Sorry I'm starting a bit late. All right. How are you guys doing today? So, stream 155. Yesterday I added code in the server to write a derivative configuration, which looks like this, to the main website, which is served from an S3 bucket. So, all I had to do in the server side was write to the bucket. And today I'm going to work on actually reading this in from the game client and using it to find the servers. Good to hear it, Nui. Mostly I started late today because it just took me a while to wake up. I guess that's one cost of giving up caffeine, huh? All right. So, simple plan today. I'm actually hoping to get through all this because once I am done with the plan today, one thing I would like to do is go back and sort of revamp this game client. Let's zoom in a little bit. So, one thing I'd like to change right off is I would not like to use this color scheme, the default. I want to be able to, I want it to be dark theme by default and not have to use this dark reader plugin. And I need to sort of revamp these controls and maybe use a new font. And I was thinking of making the login screen a dialog on top and have the main screen underneath be the canvas for the graphics and the controls in the game. So, yeah, I have some ideas. I'm still working on it in my head mostly. Background color black, color green. There you go. Yeah. So, what I did yesterday, because I feel such a noob when it comes to this, I went and did this. Went on to learnfreecodecamp.org. And I went through all but the projects portion of responsive web design. So brushed up on my HTML and CSS skills. So I'm going to try to maybe put that into good use by redoing this app a little bit. But first I want to get it to where we're loading our configuration. Because right now it's reading it from hard-coded variables. Right here, actually. So rather than hard coding the hostname and port number, I'd like it to read this configuration file. So I think what I want to do is have a function that does that, and have it done when the app starts. So it's a React app. So I think the best place to do it would be on the componented mount right here. Yeah, and so I think this stuff will delay until after we have a configuration. Actually, you know what? A lot of this is going to be changed anyway. Let me try to keep it simple. Probably this auto login will be delayed. Yeah, it needs to be cleaned up. I really want to restart this thing. This is a horrible way to do it. I didn't know what I was doing when I made this app. So I need to start it over. But let me get this feature done first. So I'm pretty sure what I want is fetch. Fetch APIs, yes. So let's view this in the Chrome dark view, shall we? Oh, that's nicer. Close that. I want an example. Okay. Let's try it out. So instead of doing an auto login, I'm not going to deal with the password reset stuff yet. Let's delay this auto login. Let's have I can just delay. I can have this be a then after the fetch, right? So fetch, new request. We'll hard code this because it's not going to change. Dot then. And what does blob do? Oh, I want JSON. Then JSON. We'll do our thing in here. That's what we'll do. And part of that will be do auto login. But first, I think what we'll do is just pick a random server to log into. So let me look that up. How do you pick random numbers in JSON? MDN. Actually, you know what? I don't want Google search anymore. I'm going to do Bing search. Settings. Let me set up my search. Bing. There we go. MDN random. Floating point from 0 to 1. Inclusive of 0, but not 1. Yeah, I can tell you the reason why I switched to Bing. So, I don't know if you've noticed, but if you do a Google search, at the bottom of the page, it reveals your zip code, your location. And I had set up an ad block, or what do I use on Mozilla? uBlock origin. I had set it up to block that specific element that pops up and shows your location, and then Google went and changed it this week so that it was showing up again, so that ticked me off. I don't want my location doxed on stream, so when I do searches now when I'm streaming, it's going to be with Bing because they don't dox me. All right. I guess this is what I want, math.floor. Random times whatever ceiling I want. Is that right? Or do I want round? I probably want round, right? DuckDuckGo? Well, Bing and DuckDuckGo doesn't really matter. I just need a search that doesn't dox me. Here we go. Okay, well, you know, this is complicated enough. Why do I need to write this myself when I can copy it? We don't need this comment. There we go. I made a function. Yay. Hey there, Romania. I'm going okay. Feeling a little bit allergy ridden, I guess, in the morning this week. Every day I felt just kind of bleh. Forced myself to start streaming, and then I feel better within an hour. React? Yeah. So later today, if I get through my plan, I'm going to just start over with this app and try to do a better job. Second iteration, right? But the plan today is to get the client to read the configuration file to find out where the server is, because we now have the server writing to this file, which has its host names and port numbers of all the server instances. So I want to do that. And then I want to put in some code in the server so that if this changes, that it not only writes to S3, but it also lets the client know through some kind of message, so that the client can reload. And I'm going to do other cool things in here, like include the latest client version, so that the client can auto reload if it's been updated. So sort of dynamic updates and stuff like that. So I'm adding this bit in here that when the app starts, it's going to fetch this file, interpret as JSON, and then in this JSON, what I wanted to do is pick a random server and then select that server's host and port number for login. Well, we'll see how it goes. It's just my crazy idea. that the client can auto update based off of server. It's like my own version of pub sub or push notifications or whatever you want to call it. That this file at this well-known URL will be what the server writes and what the client reads to figure out what it should do, what the latest version of everything is, and that kind of thing. That is before the clients connect. All right, so let's see. Let's pick a random. So const a random server index get this dot get random int 0 to JSON it's going to be an array. Can you just do length? Let's just have it print out something for now. -1. So let's do console log. I picked the server at index. Let's use this style. Random server index. Let's just do that for now. Length is not a function, it's a static property. Cool. It's a function in C++, so let's try it out. Then is not a function. It's not? Oh, that's because I'm missing a parentheses, right? And missing that semicolon. Did it do its thing? It actually should have done it, but I probably lost it. Failed to catch. CORS policy. Okay, how do I... Access control allow origin. Oh, I have to set that on this file? CORS. Yeah, it's only because I'm reading from localhost, right? I have to set that on the resource itself, right? Is that something that S3 lets me do? Just do CORS, but do I do that in the request? I don't really care who fetches that file. No, I wanted my notebook page. Where's my notebook page from yesterday? I want my S3. Let's take that and open it in Chrome. Operations on objects, put, I want to see if they list the cache control, content definition, encoding, length, content, expect, expires. They don't. Okay, so you guys probably know the answer to this, but how do you do S3 Cloud Front CORS? Oh, I have to set up some kind of CORS configuration? CORS. Oh, it's another operation? Oh, I just need to set it once. On the whole bucket. Okay, maybe I could just do this off screen. And I only really need to do it for localhost, right? Yeah, so let me do this off screen. Because I gotta log in and set it, and I don't want to get doxed or anything like that, and showing no personal info. Hold on. Copy link. Hold on. What's my two-factor authentication? Okay. All right, so I go to S3. I go to my bucket. What does it say to do now? Oh, well, that's how you do it through the API. There's probably just a way to do this through the... should I just look it up here? Not the REST API, so... S3... not the CLI, so it's the dashboard, right? And no. What if I just look up S3 cores? There we go. How do I configure it on my bucket? Exactly. You add an XML document as a core sub-resource to the bucket. Why am I using Bing? Because I was using Google search, but I don't know if you know this, but when you do a search, at the bottom of the search results, it shows your location. And I tried to block it with uBlock, and it worked for a while, and then they changed the ID of the element or tag or whatever that shows your location, so it stopped hiding it, and I got pissed off. So I'm like, I don't want to do this whack-a-mole game with Google. I'll just use another search engine that doesn't dox me. Okay, it says an XML document. You add that as a core sub-resource to the bucket. So it's some sub-resource. I see object log tags, events, versioning, object level logging. Would it be under overview? Actions maybe? Why don't they make this easy? And I can't show it because it shows my my ID on screen. Oh, course configuration. I found it. Yay. Okay, let's add a course configuration that allows me to use let's take this one. And I really just want one that lets me go access it from localhost. So allowed. Actually, is this going to work with CloudFront? I'm not sure. Didn't notice that before? Yeah. Don't want to show your Google search results on stream unless you hide them or something like that. Hold on. Sorry. Whoops. What happened to my camera? There, I'm back. That was an interruption. Sorry about that. Okay. Allowed origin. I want localhost. Do I need to say a port number? I don't think I do, right? It's just domain name. Allowed method. Get. Allowed header any. Sure. Do I need to list my own? Okay. I don't know. Let's just keep it simple. Only one cores rule. Oops. I think I didn't copy the rest of it. There we go. I'm lazy. There we go. Let's just try this one. And then I paste it, and then I save it. And do I just try again? Is that all I have to do? Okay. Try again. Where did I put the thing? Here it is. Oh, no, it is this one. So reload? No. So I wonder if that colon 3000 has to be in there. I don't need to save this. So I just put it back and paste, save. Reload. Hey, it worked. Okay, that was it. So I had to include 3000 in there for the port number. I'm hoping I don't have to allow its own host domain. Anyway, so each time it should pick a different server now. Pick 0, pick 1, pick 1. It's never picking 2 though. I thought it would. I didn't really... Okay, I don't need this logged in anymore, right? Sign out. Goodbye, AWS. All right. I kind of just took this as is. Oh, less than not equal. Okay, so I don't need the -1 in there. That's the problem. Okay. Server 0, 0, 2. Okay, good. So we're picking a server. Instead of picking a server, let's just store these variables. So this server host is JSON random server index dot whatever the heck I called it. Host. I'm guessing you can do that, but I'm not sure. Port. Let's do console.log to see. And port. Okay. There we go. All right. Getting there. So the final step is auto login. It does a login with token, which does a connect, and then here we go. So host is this dot server host. Port is this dot server port. And then I should just be able to log in, right? Correct. Battery, horse, staple. Yay. Which server did I log into, actually? $8086. That's the second one. Okay. Cool. Done with that. Let's check it in. You're my shell. Here's my shell. Alrighty. Well, that wasn't too painful. I just had to enable cores to allow a localhost lookup. Hey there. Oh, that's easy. Easy peasy. Yep. So fetch client configuration from S3 and pick random server. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Heyo. All right. So if you missed it, like Rally Monkey might have missed this, but I added this code down here, which is doing a fetch of this configuration file, which now the server writes, and it looks like this. which is a boiled down version of the server's configuration. So it fetches that, and it's asynchronous. So this is how promises and futures look like in JavaScript. It returns a promise, and then you do a .then to say, what do you do when the promise is set? In this case, the promise returns you a response to the HTTP request, and then JSON extracts the body and interprets it as JSON, again asynchronously, so you get another promise. When it's decoded as JSON, it runs this function, and that function is going to pick a random number between 0 and the length of this array here. So pick a random server, and then select its host and port and store it as in our state. And then I use that up here to actually log in. Can you put async in the did mount and use await? Oh, I can? I'd have to do await response. You're saying instead of doing thens, I can do an async did mount. All right. If it's okay, I'm not going to do that now because I'm actually kind of happy with the way that looks. But I do want to learn that way as well. Let me try it. I kind of like the way this works, but let me try what it would look like the other way. So you're saying I can make that async, and then is it that these thens become awaits? So like, yeah, that's what I was about to write. Response equals await fetch, and then const JSON equals await response.json, and then const. Oh, then we're done, right? Then we just do this. You're saying that'll work too, right? I kind of wanted to print here what server we're going to. Selected server random server index, which is at this ver host colon this server port. So that works. Actually, now that I've written that, I kind of like it. How come it's blinking on two ends here, though? That's weird. Did I make two cursors there? No. It was blinking on two ends for some reason. Anyway. I kind of like it that way. Although it doesn't look as cool and futuristic as the equivalent promise stuff. So there's the equivalent in using promises. That just looks cool for me for some reason, but then here's the way without promises with that extra debug in there. This, maybe I'll use this because it matches more what I've been doing in Python. And then that'll help cement how, you know, that understanding. Cool. I'm going to go with it, Romania. We'll check that in. And then actually I'll have both. Okay, so I wonder how React knows that it's async. Does it use reflection and await it or not? So this is use for player console. Make component did mount asynchronous. Cool. All right, next thing on the plan. So we're going to add a server to client notification when something's changed. So I think that means I want to put this stuff into, actually, let me move this let me change this around a little bit. So we'll have this dot selected server is that. And then let me move this, let me move all of this actually to the connect. And this, we'll just make that the host and that the port number. And then this selected server replaces that. And then that's host. And that's port. And we'll just say connecting to that dot dot dot. Oh. With the cool syntax, so I can say, yeah, actually you're right. I remember this now. But I have to do this. Wait a minute. That's capitalized and that's not, though. I can still do it this way. Well, hold on. How would I do it then? I have to say this once, right? I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm sure there's a cool way to do it, but I'm not going to do it right yet. I know what you're saying, that I could do it with that if I just had, if I just did that, right? But that would require that these not be capitalized. Are you saying I can do... Oh, okay, I see. You're saying I can do that. Hey there, bug found. Let's see if it's right. JSON. Okay, I messed something else up. It's not JSON. It is. Oh, I need to store that JSON. That's the problem. So this dot client config. It's JSON. Actually, let's do the selecting a server every time we connect. That actually makes more sense to me. Connect. This dot client config. Yeah, there, it worked. Cool. Let's see if I got exactly what you typed. Just maybe in a different way. Yeah, that's what I did, right? Yeah, okay. Cool. I learned a lot from you guys. Thank you. Hey there, Whitmog. And did I say hey, bug found? I think I did. Did you really put a wait fetch inside a try catch? So the errors I would run into are what? That I can't retrieve the config file? Yeah, let's make that a little bit more bulletproof. I'll do that by fudging this a little bit. Let's go to a domain that doesn't exist and then try to reload. We should get an error, right? It's an uncaught type error. Well, it's this, right? What kind of error is that? That's interesting. It actually went to example.com and looked, and the server, I need to put a server that doesn't exist. So what's a server that doesn't exist? How about one under my own subdomain? So that's like foo.omniarena.com. That doesn't exist. Yeah, name not resolved. So just to put the whole thing under a try catch? Uh-oh, I'm dropping frames. I dropped 8 frames there. Wonder why. Usually these days I've been able to go like the entire 4 hours without dropping anything. It makes me worried that I have to reset my router though when that happens. Alright. Something like this. This is how you do it in C++. I don't remember how to do it in JavaScript though. I'll have to look it up. MDN. Try catch. It's the same. Hey there, Endorn. Hello, Thursday Adam. Am I the Thursday Adam? Well, I am doing JavaScript today, so you get your JavaScript fix. And it's even React. Look at that. Oh, so it's the same thing, except that there's no type. Okay. Can you just leave it E, because I'm lazy? What should we do for now? I'll just do console.warn. Unable to fetch client configuration. And then we'll attach the E to it. It didn't quite work. But we got further. Oh, we went and did that. That needs to be done in here. We don't want to auto login if we can't get our own config. Cool. Failed to fetch. How come this isn't being caught though? Hey there, Blueberry King. Going okay. I'm feeling better now. With these allergies or whatever it is, like it takes me a good hour and a half to wake up fully, and so I could see properly. It's kind of irritating. So I started a little late today because I was just feeling out of it. But I'm like, it's probably allergies. I'll just get ready for the stream. And then I start feeling a little bit better. I'm like, okay, we'll start streaming. It'll all be cleared up by the time I get like an hour in. Your favorite error handling is / ignore? What is that? Oh, you mean to put it inside the catch, you just do / ignore? Like that? So I'll do something better than this, but I don't want to work on this version of the player console too much because I'm about to toss it anyway and start a new one. I really wanted to get through today's plan first, and then start working on that. And I'm almost done with the client side and stuff. I just want to have another notification come in from the server, so that's why I was moving this. What does auto login do if we're already logged in? Okay, it doesn't. It does something. I should make that conditional if we're not logged in. How do we know we're logged in? If we're connected, what do we do? Oh, it's if our socket is not null. That's what it is. Probably disconnect. Yeah, it has a big check. So that's the kind of check. Well, that's if we disconnect from the socket we were connected to. So if that is truthy, then we're connected. So we'll do it if it's not. Sound good? And I guess we'll just put this back the way it was. Look at that auto login stuff working with the token. It's just so cool. All right. So yeah, I did all that in prep for putting this into a function that we'll call from 2 places. So we'll call it here we'll call it load client configuration. And this is what we put inside of it. I guess I have to make that an async, don't I? Is this how you do it? And then I do an await here. Yup. Okay. Still works. Okay, so I'm going to call that when we receive a new message that we haven't invented yet. What should I call it? Client configuration changed? It would alphabetically go here, right? On client configuration changed. We need to make that one. Put it in alphabetical order. Although it doesn't really matter because this app's days are numbered. I can skip the await in did mount. If it's async though, what does it do? I don't know, let's see what happens. Okay, why did that work? Because that itself is async, right? So how does that work? So now you're saying, well, I can't cut this async though, right? If I do that, it's going to complain. Oh no, it still works. So why does that work? So in JavaScript, you can just call an async function from a non-async context? Okay, it's returning a promise and we're just dropping the promise. Is that what's going on? So if I wanted to find, if this actually returns something, it's not returning something, right? Now does this need to be async anymore? Pretty sure this does. Because what if I do that? Yeah, it's reserved word within this context. So you have, okay, so if you use async, if you use await, it has to be async. But so this is a difference, I guess, between JavaScript and Python. In Python, I couldn't do that. It would complain that I was calling an asynchronous function from a synchronous context, and it didn't like that. I get it. So in JavaScript, it's a lot simpler. It's really just, you're saying it's syntactic sugar for return a new promise. So I need to drill that into my head. But in Python, it's different. You have to you actually have to make an event loop yourself, and then schedule the asynchronous function, and then from there, you can only call async from another async. But then again, I'm a noob. Maybe I don't understand it in Python either. You can do a console log this load if I really wanted to see it, right? That help me learn? Yeah, the promise is pending, and we tossed it, so we don't know what it is when it's done. Yeah, I don't really need, at this point, I don't need it. I think in the real app, though, we'll need to keep that promise around, right? Because we'll want to cancel it if it takes forever. Like, there'll probably be, we'll probably want it to say loading, and then have some way to cancel it, and that would cancel the promise. Or maybe it doesn't matter. This is, we can't do anything until we get our client config, so maybe it just stays in some kind of loading state until that happens. Cool. All right. All right. Okay, so this load client configuration, I want to call it from this one. That prints something, right? No, it doesn't print anything. So let's print something. Reseed client configuration changed. Reloading configuration. Reloading client configuration. Do I want to print things from here? I think this will work. Cool. Yeah, so this is a lot more flexible than Python. Okay, so that's it for the client, the front end for this. I just need to now invent this message and send it from the server whenever any. So I'll broadcast that to all connected clients whenever any configuration change happens. That's what I'll do. So move into C++ mode. Put on your C++ hat. You know what I should do? I should have two hats. One that says JS on it, and the other one that says C++, and like take the JS hat off, put the C++ hat on. The JS hat would be a fedora, of course, and then the C++ hat could be like an Indiana Jones hat, or maybe a battered construction worker cap or something to reflect how old and battered the language is. And then the JavaScript fedora would be, you know, hip and cool and all that stuff. I don't know. What's a good hat that represents JavaScript? I think for C, C++, it should be a battered, you know, a battered construction worker's helmet or a cap or whatever. But I don't know about JavaScript. Realm server tests, source coordinator tests, config. New method here, right? So client's notified when client configuration changed. Yeah, but C and C++ are old and have changed a lot and are heavily used. So construction workers love their caps, right? But they get battered, they get dirty, scuffed. That's what I envision the hat would be for C, C++. It actually doesn't matter if it's a leader or not, so maybe I should have two different tests here. Clients notified by leader, and clients notified by follower. This was just to force a config change, right? The one that didn't actually result in a client config change, but this one did. So let's take this test and copy it down here. So mobilize as leader. Oh, this is the wrong test, sorry. That's one where we don't actually write it. That's where it's disabled, so I don't want it. This one. Hey there, the epic unknown. Java devs know C sharp. It's just like you know, if you take Java and then you scrub it for a while, eventually the J wears off and the V wears off and the A's turn into the C sharp. It's really C sharp under the hood, right? Or is it the other way around? C sharp is really Java with some varnish applied to it. The languages are virtually the same, right? Yeah, the other way around, exactly. So this forces. Okay, I don't care about this. It's going to. This is gonna force a configuration change. And why am I doing both of these? I think I should just be able to do this once. After we have to be mobilized though. So maybe do this down here and then mobilize and then flip that switch on. That should cause it to sample the client config once. Then we change it, so then it should see the change, and then I don't care about this part. Here's what I care about is that we should have someone's connected. So we'll say I need to have a test user, right? Add test user. Let's do it before we mobilize, actually. And then we'll like have a login. And oh, how did I do this in other tests? I forget. It's been a week. Oh right, player equals add connection login as player. Okay, and I don't think I need that anymore. That was old stuff. Yeah, it's like this. So add the test user, then there's like a connection. They log in as Alex, so now they're connected. Actually, do I even need a login? I think I do want a login. I want them to be at least authenticated. So all authenticated clients will be told what the configuration is, or when the configuration changes. So then I can just expect the message back out, right? This kind of a thing. Expect that we get a message of this type. You know what I can do? I could shortcut the whole process. It can just include the client config directly. Client configuration. And then we can just put it in here, right? So let's put exactly what we should expect. JSON array. JSON object. Host. Localhost. Port, and then here I don't know what it is. Let me guess, it's 8082 or something. And then I'll go to common, wherever I set it up. Oh, but that one I changed, though. That's 8182. Got it. Okay. And the others are 8084, 8086. Okay. Hey there, Chelmega. How's your compiler going? Oh. So, who congratulated them? Was like the managers who didn't know the difference between C Sharp and Java? I'm guessing you're saying the managers congratulated them. Yeah. It's one of those eye roll moments where you're like, ah, they don't know that it's like basically the same. It is handy though that those languages are so close. So I worked a long time with C Sharp doing Windows prototype app development using Windows Presentation Foundation. Did that for a few years, and then I got onto a project where I was making an Android app, and I'm like, oh, this Java stuff is pretty close to C Sharp. I didn't really don't have to. There are a few quirks that are different, like packages was different, and what was it else? Anonymous classes were a thing, and I didn't. If they have it in C Sharp now, they didn't back when I learned it. So yeah, there were some differences, but other than that, then it wasn't such a big deal. Because you don't want them in your team. Agile Mega, you're awesome doing that stuff. I've only dabbled in compilers. I've never done it to the scope that you're doing it. They have structs in C Sharp, that's true. But I'm talking about anonymous classes. Anonymous subclasses. Hey, Mike. How was your stream? I was in your stream for a while. How are you doing? I need to keep forgetting I need to turn off one of those two notifications. It shows them both, and watching an ad, oh, feels bad, man. Anonymous subclasses, we used them a lot in Android to add listeners, subscribe listeners to publish subscribe pattern. So Mike, you done watching the ad? More like being subjected to the ad. I've heard that there are things called ad blockers, but I don't recommend using them because I support Twitch and all that, but I'm sorry you had to watch the ad. How are you doing? How was your stream? Hopefully you're done with the ad by now. Cool. Yeah, Mike in principle, you should check out his stream once in a while. I checked it out this morning. He's working on adding a level editor to his game, Thrusty's Ship, which I have a link to here. It's a cool game. It hasn't seen a whole lot of eyes on it yet, so not many sales of it, but I think it's a pretty good game. It's a platform, what did you call it? A puzzle slash... I can't find the right words. It's like a platformer, but it has very challenging controls. Like, you have to spend a lot of time practicing levels to perfect them. Rocket platformer, there you go. So, yeah. He's still working on it. He's adding a level editor now to it, so you should check it out. I think this test case is good. I'm going to add the other one. So, same thing. I want to make sure that clients receive this message directly, even when the server is not the leader of the cluster. So it's the same thing, only with that. It's essentially what I want. Okay, see ya, Mike. Have fun with the, what was it? It was a singing contest? We call it a recital here sometimes. Enjoy. Okay, now that we're receiving the whole client config, I actually can go back here, and I don't need to load it anymore. I can just do this part of it. I can just do this part of it, really, just saving it. So let me change this to be this dot on client configuration set, and we'll give it JSON, and this will move to this on client configuration set, which I will put, I don't know, up here somewhere. Let's put it near the other one. Where was that? Where'd I put it? It was like on client configuration changed. My names are gonna be bad. On client configuration set and changed are almost the same thing. Hold on. What did I... Okay, I gave it as an argument. So, like that. And this one calls the other one. See, my names are bad. But maybe I'll fix that in a minute, or maybe I'll just ditch this whole app and make a clean app. Message dot whatever I do in here. Client configuration. That's that. This still works, right? What, I got logged out? Must have gotten logged out. Probably inactivity logout. I don't remember what I have the inactivity timeout set to. I probably got logged out. You cringe when you think of using it? Oh, it's not that bad. Really, the only things that you absolutely need to know about React to like minimally use it is that especially if you use the create React app, it generates a lot of the boilerplate for you. But essentially, you'll have this state that you'll use whenever you want to construct your HTML. You have lifecycle functions. This is like component did mount when your app starts. And whenever you have to generate the HTML, it just calls your render for you. And you just have to remember that the only thing, the things you're supposed to use in render are from this state, because that helps optimize the DOM creation and maintenance. And you don't have to get much deeper into React unless you want to. Will I switch to Redux? It's only if I put a lot of things in this state, and I have trouble pushing it down, right? I don't know how much React I'll use. I think a lot of the game is just going to be graphics and sound with Phaser, which has nothing to do with React. So a lot of it's just going to be in that canvas. I'm probably only going to use React for form-like elements. Okay. Okay, so now the idea is I need to prep I need to prepare a console for running the admin tool. Let's get that out of the way. That takes a while to boot up. So let's start it. While that's starting up, oh, I never did run my unit tests. I had them set up, I never ran them. You wonder if your program is working properly? That's what tests are for. They tell you if it's working properly. Just run the program and see if it works, forehead. Oh yeah, first compile of the day, 30 seconds long. Probably doesn't help that I'm doing npm start in another window. Wow, it's taking an unusually long amount of time. Probably, I shouldn't start too many things that use the hard drive, should I? I think one reason why npm start takes a while for me is I'm not running it on an SSD. And it's going through a lot of package folders. Because I can hear the hard drive chunking, spinning, or not spinning, but seeking. It's quite noticeable. Okay, yeah, this is done, so let's go ahead and run the tests. Come on. Computer, you're killing me. Caught a potential divide by zero warning? So is that new? I don't remember Visual Studio being that smart. Coordinator tests. Oh, config. This one. Right. Right, so it doesn't send any message. So we need to make it send one. Coordinator config. And here it is. So what I'm going to do is move this right down to only gate this one. I'll still save it, but it's just the writing of S3 I wanted to disable. Because there's no reason for me to need to write to S3 while I'm testing locally. So we'll turn this into a positive. If write config, then do the S3 put. And here's, so where it's different, we update it, we might write it to S3, and here's where we're going to loop through. Oh, the other thing is I need to call this from all servers, don't I? So this we need to move out. And put it here. But I'll need to do this. We only want one server to write to S3, so we'll put it here. If it's configured to write, and it is the leader of the cluster, then write it. But nevertheless, or notwithstanding that, we'll loop through all the clients. So for const auto client in, where did I store it? Messaging? Messaging clients, yes. False positive, did I say the wrong word? I say the wrong word a lot. I bet I would cringe a lot if I watched my own VOD. I think it's because I speak quicker than my brain moves sometimes. And I'll use the completely incorrect word. Incompletely incorrect? Completely incorrect. There's no such thing as completely incorrect. It's just either incorrect or correct, right? There's no degrees of correctness. Okay. I had said earlier that clients could have a player attached or not, right? Right. Successful authentication means a username is set. So we're going to skip records. We're going to skip clients that aren't logged in. So if client.second.username.empty, continue. Continue means go to the next loop. Yo, 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 Simplex. How's it going? I'm adding in dynamic client configuration updates. So the server writes to S3 the client configuration when it changes, and now we're adding something in. So we're going to tell clients about the change. And what I want to see when I'm done here is that I want to see my client reload the configuration whenever the server, something significant on the server changes, like I add another server. So let's see. If it's not empty, here's where we formulate the message, right? So client dot first, not first, send text JSON object to encoding. Type is whatever I told the test that it should be. Client configuration changed. And then the client configuration. Hey, we know what that is. That is cached client configuration, isn't it? Done, done. Should the for be inside the if? No, I want all servers, not just the leader, to do this. So you might be talking to a follower of the cluster. Even though the follower of the cluster won't write it to S3, it'll still tell its clients about it. I didn't want all servers to write to S3 because then I only need one of them to. So this is just saying if the configuration changed, we remember what it is now. If we're supposed to write it and we're the leader, write it to S3. Then whether or not we wrote it to S3, any clients connected to us, we tell them what the client config is. All right. Rerun this test. And this one. Yay. Let's go to that in Test Explorer. Let's run them all. Let's run all the tests. Every single test. Learning C++? Do you know the basics of C? Okay, cool. Hold on a second. What kind of C++ are you learning, Simplex? Are you learning just classes, or are you learning modern C++, like threading and futures, promises, R values, semantics? Are you learning that as well, or are you just learning the old school C++, like classes? Because I would say picking up old C++ like classes, it is pretty easy if you know C, but some of the modern C++, especially the stuff that's in C++ 17 and 20, it can be pretty tough. Like metaprogramming using variadic templates. I mean, even the name is scary. Yeah, so the old school C++, sure. Just keep in mind that there's been some improvements in C++ lately, and some of the things that they used to teach for C++ are no longer really the best things to do. That's why, I call it a warty language. Because the way you wrote C++ 20 years ago, totally different than the way you write it these days. So you might learn stuff and then end up learning something newer that, oh, I guess I didn't need to know that, the old way of doing it. All my tests pass, which is a good sign. Let me try it in the real server. So, oh, I got a timeout. So login. Let me clear this. So what I expect to see, let me open the admin console. Localhost 3001. I don't need to zoom in on this one so much. What I'm gonna do is, hold on, let me make sure this is set not to write to S3, because I don't want it to do that. Stage config, now is the right, oh, it's set to true, okay, I don't want that. Let's turn that off. Let's turn that off, shall we? Because I don't want it to I don't need to write to S3. I guess it wouldn't hurt. Actually, maybe I should keep it on. Let's keep it on. Because I changed the course configuration. I want to make sure that didn't screw anything up. It shouldn't have. But we'll find out. Now, I don't remember. Do I need to make two? No, I only need to make one configuration change, right? Okay, so that's when the server went down. So here we go. Let's try it out. Oh, what I'll do is I'll add another server. Add a server. So that server 13 came online. What did the client see? Oh, look at that. It received a client configuration change. So now, and it also should have updated S3. So I can check that by going to here and hitting reload. Look at that. Cool. You know what would be nice to see? Actually, nice to be. It would be nice to see it in the client for now. Let's add that. So let's put it here. We'll say console.log client configuration set client config. And there it goes. So we can see that it has 4 servers in there. It connected to, it picked server 0, so we're connected to it. And let's now remove server 13. Server 13 is gone. So it actually put it, it successfully wrote it to S3, and it should have also told the app about it. Yeah, look at that. Now there are only 3 servers. Cool. I like it. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. So yeah, the game isn't much yet. I'm still trying to set up this platform. I'm working today on the part where the client and server are exchanging configuration. So the client initially will load its configuration from a well-known URL, or URL as some people call it. And then if the game configuration changes live, now we have this configuration change message that gets received. So the client doesn't need to go read it from the web directly. I mean, it directly gets it from the server now. So I think we're good with that. I can check that in. Yes. Right, so this is the back end changes. Let me do the front end changes first. Right, okay, so the front end changes were player console accept client config changes from server. And the back end was to send, so coordinator, send clients their config when it changes. All right, push that. And I'm done for the day. I'm just kidding. I got finished in 1 hour and 13 minutes, my whole plan. So I'm going past the plan now. I think what I'm going to do, I think it's time to retire this old player console app, because look at that render. Isn't that ugly? I think it's horrendously ugly. The render itself is how many lines? 273 lines? That's just way too big. So I need to redesign that player console. You can't believe creating operator for bitcast when converting to another type instead of actually calling an actual built-in bitcast? Oh, there was one built-in and you were creating operator to do it? Refactoring? You don't like refactoring? Oh, I'm not sure what that emote means. Is that a good or a bad emote? I'm gonna assume it's a good emote. You love it, okay. Well, this kind of refactoring is called throw away the old app and make a new one from scratch, mostly. But I'm going to study this old app and think, well, how should I break this up? Okay, this stuff where I'm rendering something different, that's because this app actually looks different when we're like logged out. It's a completely different set of controls. And if I hit like register, it's a different set of controls. If I forgot my password, it's a different set. I think there's those. I think that those should just all be different components. The other thing I want to do is, instead of making this in the main DOM, I want to make it a dialog that pops up in front of the main display. Just do small bits so I don't destroy it. Yeah, but it's so ugly right now. When you get something surpassingly ugly, and look at this, I even hard-coded the site key, which is bad. Does they only have that in one place? Oh my goodness, I have the site key in 2 different places. How worse can you be than that? When it gets this ugly, I just kind of rather start a new one. I can start a new one and then pick out pieces that I liked from the old one. Or, you know, instead of making a whole new app, I can just make a new app.js and leave this old one around. Maybe that would be better. Let's do that. So let's take app.js. And what's this app test? We don't test JavaScript. Go away. App.js, and we'll call that old app.js. New app.js. Let's clean the state out. Our socket connection to the server will keep. True JS developer doesn't test their JS. So my opinion on testing is test the backend, definitely. Maybe this is a backend biased thing, but I'm trying to make the front end to the game really just as thin as I can make it, and it's really just a view. So you know, you've heard about the model view controller or model view model. One of those patterns, design patterns, where you separate your app into the model or the data or the logic, whatever you want to call it, and then there's a view, which is just displaying it. I want my game client to really just be the view only, and the ratio of difficulty to gain is pretty lopsided in my opinion, for user interfaces. I don't see a whole lot of value in testing user interfaces. I'd much rather test the thing the user interface connects you to. Make the UI very thin, and that if there's any kind of testing, it's just you just using it as a user. See if it works right. If I have Git, I don't have to store, but I'm going to want to flip between the two. In fact, I kind of want it to be named something that's near the other one. How about app 0? So then it's next to the other one. I can quickly get to it. But yeah, I don't really need to keep it. I could delete it. Never understood the MVP stuff? It's a separation of concerns technique. So the best way to think of it is you might want to reskin the app completely so it looks completely different. You shouldn't have to change the logic of the app at all, though. If you properly separate the logic of the app from the user interface. Just change the UI part, so you're changing one concern only, so your view changes, but your model stays the same. That's the whole idea. And that's the way I see it for my game. The model is the back end. All the state of the game is on the server side, and the client is really just a view. So I don't really see a whole lot of gain for the investment in testing the view only. So I'm not going to bother with it. Model view projection matrices? Oh, yeah. You graphics people see that, but it's... what's the P stand for? Presenter? Model view presenter? I like the term model view controller or model view model better, although I've never really been comfortable with that, with either controller or view model, because I think that those are just glue layers. The two most important parts of both of those patterns to me are model and view. Maybe the fact that there are lots of different initialisms and different patterns illustrate the fact that the middle component is really not well understood. Everyone knows what a model is, and everyone knows what a view is, but presenter, controller, view model, what the heck, right? It's probably simpler if I collapse everything here, right? And then look at things from an outline view. So I think I want to have a separation of. So a lot of these methods are. What should I say? Where was it? These message handlers, right? So these are functions that are called to handle the receipt of a message from the server. So I want to group those together. Maybe put that in one class. And then all the other functions are in response to the user doing something. So they're almost like two different directions. I want to keep those separate. Like this is a perfect illustration. This is receiving that message from the server. This is actually the other direction almost. This is we got the client configuration set, and we could have got it from S3, not the server, right? I always find conflicting facts about MVC that either you interact with the controller in view. I think it's just illustrating that problem that I think people don't really understand the controller very well. View and model are easy to understand. Controllers are more difficult. Business logic is the model. I mean, it should be, right? So put the logic where it belongs. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. You would start with taking React from render and make const, render the JSX part, and then render using my awesome component. Yeah, there's something to be said about separating the React parts from the non-React parts here, right? So these message handlers are definitely not React. They have nothing to do with React. But some of these other things do, like on change issue categories, definitely React, right? And these all they do is control components in the DOM. Maybe that's the first point of separation. So that would mean what? Having another class that is not React at all, and all it does is it does these message handlers. What do some of these message handlers do? They actually go back and update the UI though. So maybe, not so simple. Oh, how you set the state from outside the component? Probably with props. But I was just thinking, I'll have a lot of props, right? I don't know. This is tough for me because I'm new at React. I have to kind of think of this from a perspective of not necessarily that it's a React app, but just a generic app, how I would structure this. What if I make the app just handle the overall top level? So that would be the things in the app in the screen that don't change. So maybe the canvas that we're drawing the graphics in, and some of the static parts of the UI, but then things like the login screen would be separate components. Would that make more sense? And then maybe make this interaction between the client and the server a subcomponent. Yeah, what if we had like the state? What if we put the client state that's not DOM specific separate? Let me do a little experiment here. So basically undo this, put this, did that not do what I told it to do? Delete that, please. Oh, hit cancel, that's why. Let's restore that. But let's make a new component. New file. We'll call it, what shall I call it? Words are the most difficult. Yeah, it's this external state. I think I'm thinking the same thing. Because I could put the socket in there too. What if I just call it game? You're thinking I should just use Redux? What if I just keep it generic at first, and then this could maybe be converted to Redux? Okay, so I can use the same kind of class design, right? I can have class game, and then it doesn't extend anything. And then export default game. I think what I want to put into this thing is these variables like show one form or another, so that I'm kind of undecided. Initialize my connections, close my socket, something like that. Yeah. So MJ, is that the file extension for your language? And is it simple if you're finding all sorts of issues? Just draw a diagram, might give more context. Yeah, if I had a clear idea of the design in my head, that might be useful. I think I just feel slow today. There are a lot of forms here, but maybe there's only one at a time. Okay. I think I'm trying to solve everything at once in my head, and that's not going to go anywhere. I'm going to go back to this where I'm going to strip everything out. Let's strip out everything that I'm not sure about first. So I know the app is going to be a React state. So if I collapse everything, I'll delete everything that is not, I'll just delete everything. It all goes except for a componented mount. I'll want that, and I'll need a render, right? Componented mount, I don't know what I want yet. So let's get rid of it all. Basic React app. Let's just blow everything away. All right. Okay, we have to return something. What is it that we typically return? A div? Hello, world. Hey, look at that. Return null? Well, we want to print something. Let me look and peek. And what did I have in Iron Glove? Right, I had the main div contain a stage, which was a pixie stage. Actually, I'm going to use phaser. Let me flip that to the phaser branch. check out phaser, please. Right. How did phaser hook in again? Is it through ID? Right, it's through this parent, right? So we need to put a div somewhere, and that becomes the stage. Isn't having no types just great? Well, it comes with its pluses and its minuses, right? I should probably start annotate. Let me clear out the. Let's just clear out the entire CSS. We'll have. This will be the overall app. Inside the app, I want a div which is the stage. And I think I'm going to use a lowercase convention. And I don't need anything in the stage because phaser is going to take that over. And I'm not sure, where's the traditional place where you put pop-ups? Will I have one container for pop-ups or multiples? What does this actually give me right now in terms of the DOM? Well, that's a dark reader doing its thing. I guess we don't need dark reader. Oh, we do need dark. Okay, let's fix that right away. App. Background color. Can't type today. We don't want it completely black. I had like stolen colors from Visual Studio Code at one point, right? In my where is it called? Client placeholder. Here we go. So I'll just pick this right now. I want the Metamorphosis font. Let's get that font. Get our font, yo. Metamorphosis font. Well, let's just pick it up. Actually, let's pick up both of these fonts. And plop them. They go under public, right? And then pick up the font faces. Let me see this work. And actually put something in the app to see that. Where do we put our title? Hold on. I didn't have a title in that app. Oh, okay. Where did I put that header, actually? Did I put it inside the app? Does that break convention? I forget already where the header is supposed to go. I think... Yeah, let's just do this for now. Like that. CSS. Aha. Oh, forgot it's a class, right? App title. See, I'm kind of divided between should I put app dash title and dash header or just make it title? I kind of like that better. Never really understood why the Create React app does it differently. What does that look like now? Failed to compile. There's no version. Of course there's no version. We don't know what the version is yet. Can't resolve the true type font. Obviously I don't know how to do that in React yet. You do header equals props header. Hold on, I missed a bunch of stuff. CDN. I don't know what a CDN is. Do you mean like Google fonts? Oh, content distribution network. Well, I already have. This is all going to be on CloudFront anyway. So yeah, this app is going to be on CloudFront. So I just I wanted to load it from. Well, how does it load? How did the old app load the other files? Let me look. That was this CSS, right? Didn't it have URLs in there? Okay, maybe not. The admin tool that had that? Shoot. Now I'm struggling to find an example of it. Oh, is it loaded directly from here? Oh, but I got rid of it. Okay. React Sandbox we go. Let me just open this in a new window. Open folder. React Sandbox. Open. Oh, it already stripped the old stuff out of this one. Shoot. I thought I had React app in this old project here, but maybe I didn't. I can't remember. What did I call it? Did I put it under web server? Oh, those are plugins. I can't remember where I put this stuff. Okay, forget it. Google Fonts. Yeah, I know I could use Google Font. Well, I don't know. I need to put that on the list of things that I need to research. I don't know how to do it myself. So I've been putting the true type fonts in my CloudFront distribution. Research Google Fonts. Because I know Adam uses it, so it's probably a good idea. Sorry, guys. I'm a little befuddled right now. Ugh. I want to use hosted font. Well, is that what is a host? What do they mean by hosted fonts? Oh, Google Fonts. Okay, I don't want to do that right now. I already have the font. I just want to get around the React crud. Oh, come on, people. A React load font TTF. Yeah, it did make it totally unreadable, didn't it? That's what I was doing. But maybe the problem is the path. Whoa. Look at that. It kind of... I think it's interaction with the dark reader stuff. Really what I want is to reference file of public files. Need a slash in front? Is that all I need? Is that the trick? Just a slash? Oh, that was it. I needed a slash. So without a slash, what does it do? It just can't resolve it from dot slash. Oh, because it's in source? Is that why? So then a dot dot would have also worked. Which font is this using? Diagoth, okay. Not supported, okay. Slash it is. Alright, there we go. And I don't need dark reader anymore. Except for I don't want the background on app, do I? I want it on root. There we go. Ah, goodbye, dark reader. Don't need you anymore. Okay. I actually don't think I want a title in the real game. I just want the well, what do I want? I'm very indecisive. I'll keep the header for now. What the hell? So what were you saying earlier, Romania, that you would have a header component as like a functional component? So something like header. It doesn't have props, but we'll add props. And just my typing is bad today. Something like that. This is the style I've been kind of liking. Do it that way. And then you just say header. Header's not defined. I have to do it outside. Okay. Not a problem. Maybe it is a problem. It can't be an arrow function outside of a class? I guess that makes sense. Function, right? There we go. Const? Can you do const outside of a class? No. See, yeah. These quirks of JavaScript and the newer JavaScript stuff. If you do const, variables that evaluates to a function, so I can say const header equals. You're saying I can do that if I have const in front? Oh, what do you know? It's just like the fact that that without const. So are you saying if I do let, it would also work? Yeah, okay. So it's a global variable, which is a function. All right, I got it. I got it. Which one looks better? That or that? Actually, I think that one looks nicer. Personal preference again, right? Functional programming or Python? Okay. Yeah, Hodendo, JS. Exactly. Bible thump for me too. Do the same thing for stage. Because I see where this could be good because I could take this out and put it into its own component class later if I wanted to, or keep them lightweight. I was reading about React hooks where you can just make everything functions, every component functional. That's fine. It doesn't. This actually gives me the control I want. I think I fell into the trap with this old app where everything had access to everything, and so I ended up making a huge mess out of things. I actually like this compartmentalization better. Yeah, I haven't touched them yet, but they look pretty sweet. Wonder if I should be trying to use them now. So fundamentally, from the app level, I need to give some space for a pop-up, right? I'm gonna call it dialogues for now. I'll just make one. Let's just have it print something. Dialogues will appear here. Stage will appear here. Use a library for pop-up? Well, I was just thinking of having a something that just a div that's floating on top. Research later portals. It's just the problem is I don't like to do research. I don't like to do a whole lot of research on stream, so I was going to try to do it the way that I had looked it up yesterday, which was just old school way. So it was give it a class name dialog. So in the CSS it would be dialog position absolute. That puts it on. Doesn't put it on top. Is it fixed? I forget now how this worked. I'll go to where I was yesterday on this. Where did I close it? I might have closed it. Learn free code camp. I think it was this one. one of these. That's what I did, right? Oh, I have to set its offset. I'm mostly playing around here. Okay, it's still showing up there. Oh, top. There we go. So I wanted to play around with this, having it was it under basic CSS? It was the drop shadow. Yeah. I'll just copy what they had here. Blur radius. Right? Oh, that didn't quite work. Let me take out the colors for now. That looks bad. I haven't memorized all of these, all the CSS stuff yet. Right, I wanted to give it a border. I guess we'll make it white. And let's say 2 pixels solid white. Maybe not that much. How about grayish? Less, I'm very indecisive today. I want to position it 25 view width. And I want to, it's border, what is it? Radius. Getting there. And I want padding, is that right? Okay, getting there. The shadow looks really funny though. What they were trying to get me to do yesterday was, where was it exactly? How come I'm having trouble thinking right now? Are they saying the thumbnail should just have this box shadow property? Yeah, okay. So let me read this more carefully. How far to push the shadow horizontally? Vertically, blur radius, spread radius, and a color value. but there are two color values, so hold on. Let me look this up. Not here though. Turn dark mode back on. Box shadow is weird. Yeah, but I kind of, yeah. I wanted to have a 3D kind of look to a dialogue pop-up, like for login. It just looks a little weird. I think maybe because I have 0 for the offset horizontally. What if I make that 10? Maybe not so much. Let's reduce it a bit. Maybe it's that's making it look weird. What if that's 0? Oh, I see. That's the blur. And putting that to 0 blurs slightly around it. So what if I have that also 0? And increase that a tiny bit. Maybe that's actually what I want. And then I want to gray out the rest of the window when dialogue shows up, but only slightly. Not gray out. I guess what I want is no, what do I want? This moves with, this is centered, right? Roughly. Ooh, don't like that. And I think I need to give it a background color, right? And maybe the same. Actually, why was it transparent like that? Is it the Z order maybe? Okay, I guess if it doesn't have a background color, then it's transparent, right? Okay, that makes sense to me. It's not the Z index, it's lack of background makes it disappear. Makes it a transparent. Okay. One thing I need to find out is how do I change, I want to make it, oh, hold on, wait a minute. No, I don't need to modify the CSS, do I? I really want to make that conditional, right? Yeah. Let's reduce this size a bit. All good? No, I'm kind of struggling. I'm not so good with JavaScript, CSS, HTML, React. You're seeing a back-end developer, mostly, struggle with front-end stuff. So I was just playing around, trying to... I had to refer back to what I was looking at yesterday, where I was learning how to do a bit of basic CSS. Because what I want to have is the login screen, for example. I want it to pop up over the stage area and have the form inside of that. So usual stuff? This isn't my usual stuff, no. My usual stuff is doing C++ test-driven development. I did a little bit of that earlier, and now I'm back to uncomfortable territory. Okay, so go back to React. Hey there, Buff Siegel. Yeah, so I'm like on the opposite end of the spectrum from Adam. Adam's really good at doing JSS or JS and CSS in React, and I am very novice. Aha. Yeah, this is sort of what I want. I want the background to dim sort of when I pop up the dialog. I guess what I'll just do is attach an optional class, right? It's the order in which the classes are declared. So if I have something like dim, well, yeah, but do I need to worry about Z order if I always put it at the end here? Oh, thanks for the cheer. Thanks for the bits, Alternator. That cheers me up a little bit. The cheers cheer me up. Yeah, if I have the dialogue at the end, then it's guaranteed to be on top, right? Because of the order in which it's shown. I shouldn't have to worry about Z index, right? Hold on. Said go down to the end. Go down to the end. Go down to the end of what? Hold on, I missed something. On the code top left. Oh. Yeah, so instead of hiding it while doing React, it's just not render it. Right? So then how is what's the normal? The normal stuff is just, okay, so what's your CSS look like? Oh, I see. You have something that overlays the normal text. Overlay. So all 0 means it covers the whole window, right? Oh, I see. Okay, so I think I see what you're saying. So in addition to that dial, so I'll have a fragment, right? And in front of that, I'll have an overlay. And that overlay will allow me to dim things behind it, right? So overlay. See if I can get it myself. So it's again, it's fixed position, but it covers the whole window. So left 0, top 0, right 0, bottom 0. And then okay, I've already forgotten. So I'm gonna cheat and look at your answer. It's so you do have to set a background color, but then you do set opacity. Okay, background color full black, right? And then opacity. Cool. That's exactly what I want. And then this controls how black it is. So if I made it 0.5, it's slightly brighter. Nice. That's the Stack Overflow answer. So your way is similar, but you used Z index to make sure, right? You have Z index in here to make sure. I'm just relying on the order of my messages, or order of my divs. Okay. So to simulate if this was off, I just comment that out. And now it shows up normally. There we go. So yeah, I want dialogue to be in full control of showing the dimming and showing the dialogue on top. So this is great. This is what I want. So then I think what I want to have is like a dialogue state. I guess that should be part of the React state, right? And that'll control which dialogue we're showing. Maybe I do want Redux, because I don't know what information from the state my... yeah, maybe I'll bite the bullet. Who suggested Redux earlier? I think you were right. Is that Romania? Long ago, in a galaxy far, far away, I think Romania said I should just use Redux. Who said it? It was Romania. About an hour ago. Okay. Let's just bite the bullet. You did, yes. The problem with these dialogues is that focus can be moved to dimmed controls unless you do some JavaScript magic. Am I gonna really care about that? The the normal windows, I think I'm gonna have them devoid of tab stops, so it's just gonna be a stage and other controls. I guess you're saying if I have controls like buttons or something, you could still tab to them. Figure that out when I get there. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. I got into it enough where if I looked at it now, I bet I could just pick it up where I left off. There's no better time than now, right? Why do I have two different windows here? Let's merge these two. Actually, I'm kind of undecided about whether to stick with Firefox or just move fully to Chrome. I'm leaning towards Chrome, so Redux. I like the dark reader better. Oh, I'm being raided by CM Griffin. Hey there, Chris. How was your raid? Or how was your stream? Did I tell you that my brain has some wires crossed today? I keep saying the wrong word. I'm jumping into some very uncomfortable territories here, but I got a cool thing going here. Check it out. I got I'll have dialogues pop up and kind of look like that, and if I comment it out, then we see it normal. So when dialogues pop up, so someone said that yeah, I'll have problems with tab stops, but otherwise I think we're looking good so far. And what I'm doing right now is I'm scratching most of my prototype game client front end stuff and rewriting it. So I'm trying to rewrite it better this time. So people from Chris's stream, if you haven't seen it before, the multiplayer RPG I'm trying to build is mentioned there. It's all in my public notebook. So if that link will bring you to here. Sorry that I'm struggling to speak today. It's one of those days. It's a Thursday. So you can read about it more here. But if you want to just see what it will hopefully look like in the next few weeks, I have a highlight here. And it's going to be pretty simple. A JavaScript client, which will connect to a server backend. And from the client's perspective, you'll be able to control a character in a game. The game is going to show you 2D pixel art tiles, so it's going to be like top-down, like very old-school retro type of game interface. And I'm just reconstructing the front-end client for it now, after working on the backend for like many months. You see the tab stop problem with dialogues on a lot of sites. So unless they use Bootstrap, which has special code to take care of it. I'm just not going to worry about it right now. So yeah, I don't have the game running yet, but I'm almost to the point with the backend server where I can start to put game stuff in there. And to get prepped for that, I'm working on the front end right now, basically from scratch because I'm a noob when it comes to React and JavaScript. And I made version 1 of the app, and it looks horrible. It looks really bad. Look at that. Yikes! So I'm trying to start over, make it clean, pull in what I need from the old app. But if you guys have any questions, let me know. Doing web dev, yeah. So, should I show you what I was doing earlier? If I swap this out, so I call that app 1, and I call that app, get back to where it was. So I had made this so that it receives, if I go to the console, it receives its configuration now from the actual game's website. So that's what it looks like right now. And so I can log into it with my awesome password, which is correct battery horse staple. And if from the admin console here, if I were to do something like add a server, localhost 13, 8090, 8190, do we add a server? So there's a server getting added to the cluster. On the client end, we get a message that, hey, look, now there are 4 servers. And if I refreshed this, you can see the game server updates the client configuration from its end, and then either the client can reload it from the web, or it can receive it like this through a message from the server directly. So I worked on that this morning, and now I've decided that this old client needs to go, and I'm rewriting it. You like the prototype? Cool. So very soon I hope to have this running so I can actually have get away with that prototype and do a real client. So this is the old app. This is the new app. So dialogues will appear here. I think the first dialogue I want to have is the login screen, and I'll have a stage. So right now I'm just struggling to think how to enable dialogues, and then I stopped and I thought I should just bite the bullet and do Redux. So that's what I was doing when I got rated. I looked into Redux like 6 months ago. I think I just need to refresh my memory here. Let's get started. Yes, I need to install it. Let's do that. I don't think I have it installed. I can check, right? If I just look at my package.json. No, I don't have it. Okay. We'll have to get it. Let's open a new shell and get it. Player console, npm I redux. Oh, you like the server communication? I can show a little bit more of that. No, this one renamed to 1, this one renamed to no number, and then we're back to the original client here. If I go in the network tab and I like reload, all the communication with the servers is through a WebSocket. Can I zoom in on that? I can. That's nice. So what the client does first is it connects to the server and then upgrades its connection to a WebSocket. So that the way we do that is it's WSS instead of HTTPS, and the server, instead of sending 200, it sends a 101, switching protocols. And there's a little bit of an exchange here to make sure there's I think that's to make sure that it's obeying the protocol correctly. It's not really security. This is done on top of a TLS, a transport layer security layer, SSL layer. So it's already secure. This is just validating the protocol matches. But once this exchange request response happens, it switches to an upgraded protocol where either end can send either a text or a binary message. There's also pings and pongs and other things. But I'm just doing text messages right now. Chrome's debugger tools are really nice in that you can, if you click an individual message and it looks like JSON, it'll kind of break it down for you. So the first message that goes across is the client sends a login token and the username, and then that needs to be in the server. So this works because I had already logged in and I just hit refresh. If I had forgotten, if I like blew away my local state, it wouldn't auto log in like that. I would have to type in my password. I'll show that in a second. Anyway, if the token matches, the server says, okay, you're logged in. And by the way, here's your token if you forgot. And then the client says, well, I want my profile. And I want my trouble tickets. And the server says, okay, you are Bob at example.com. Here's the trouble tickets that you have open. And there's one of them. And I can delve down into it and see that it was closed. It was a new player ticket. The history was, here's where we created our account. And then a moderator said, you're approved. You can play the game and close the ticket. So it's really convenient in the debugging tools if the messages are JSON and you're using the Chrome tools. I forgot the S. I thought the save was default now. Okay, anyway, let's say I log out, and then so every time you log out, you get a new connection. So let me refresh so that the old WebSocket doesn't show there. One thing confusing for me is the React, or was it the Chrome? The fact that I'm using React's debugger also uses a WebSocket, but it's a different WebSocket. But it trips me up every time. So login opens this new connection here. And so instead of a token here, it's a password. And internally, the server is hashing it and comparing it and says, okay, you're logged in. Here's, next time you come and use this token. That way, that when I hit refresh, then it uses that same token. The cool thing is that, I don't know if you've noticed, but every time it's going to a different server. So there it's going to 8090. If I hit refresh again, now it is going to, again, 8090. Now it's going to 8086. It's a different server, but the login token still works. The reason for that is that there are 3 servers, and they all share the same state. Actually, there are 4 servers, right? They all share the same state. I'm using a consensus algorithm for that. And I have a nice little diagram even for that. So no matter which server the client connects to, it gets the same information. So all the servers are replicating their states between each other. One of these servers is, at all times, is the leader server. So that shows up as an L here. So server 10 happens to be the current leader. So whoever's a leader is the one that's allowed to make changes to the game and then replicate those changes to the other servers. So one kind of state change would be a login. If I were to show you what the game state looks like, it looks like this. There is a snapshot. So this is the like basically the equivalent of a saved game, but it's for the entire server. So amongst that, we have our player information. So here's my hashed password, the salt. Here's the login token that was current at the time the snapshot was made. On top of the snapshot, there's a journal. So here's the journal, and those are basically changes applied since the last snapshot. So every once in a while, we'll make a new snapshot, and we'll reduce the journal to 0 and start with the new snapshot. But in between snapshots, this shows what's changed since. And so what I was doing here, I was logging in, I was logging out a lot, right? Every time you log in, you log out, you do any kind of state change to the server, it becomes a state change command that gets replicated to all servers. And that's why every server knew to recognize the login token that's here somewhere. Token. Right, this one. So they all get a copy of this login token, and that's why it works no matter which server I log into. It's pretty cool. Oh, the login is plain text, yeah. Okay, that's when there's a token, right? Here, I'll log in again to show you the plain text. You might say, Ryan, why are you sending passwords in the clear? Oh, I misspelled it. It would help if I typed it correctly. Why am I sending it in the clear? Well, I'm actually not sending it in the clear. This is HTTPS, right? HTTPS. So there's an SSL security layer. The order of events is you establish a TCP connection to the web server. Then the next is you establish a secure layer by doing a crypto exchange using, the server uses its certificate and private key, sends a certificate, the client verifies the certificate is signed so that we know that it is the site and not a man in the middle. And then there's a session key exchange. And then from that point on, everything is encrypted. So on top of that, then there's the HTTP, which looks like this, where you upgrade to WebSockets. And then on top of that, I send my password. So the password is through a WebSocket, which is encrypted. And so if you were just looking at the traffic man in the middle, you would just see encrypted traffic. You wouldn't see the password. That's one layer of security. The other layer is that on the game state itself, I never store the passwords in the clear. I'm not like Facebook. Instead, I store them hashed, and Every time you set a password, you generate a new salt, and we use a pbkdf2 password-based key derivation function using hash message authentication code with SHA-512, so it's fairly strong. And right now I have the iteration count pretty low, but if we ratchet up that iteration count, it basically makes it prohibitively expensive to extract or brute force the password from this hash, based off of the combination of we're using a pretty large number of bits in the hash function. We have a lot of iterations in the hash algorithm. We salt it with a different salt every time, so it's pretty secure. Yeah, it's all over SSL, and I don't mind leaking this stuff because it's correct battery horse stable, people. That's my password now. This is all test passwords. On the real server, I would never show you this. In fact, when I put this on AWS and start letting other people log in, I gotta be real careful when I'm streaming not to leak my password or my tokens. I'll probably not look at this view when I'm talking to the real game. I'll probably have it on my other monitor and you won't see it. Wait a minute, you're saying when creating a Facebook account, they ask you for your email password. Yeah, that's bad. Is the server replication architecture something I designed myself, Appleseed? No. I implemented it, though. This Raft consensus algorithm was designed by a brilliant guy named Diego Ongaro. It was his PhD thesis, and I just took his white paper and implemented it based off of what he wrote there in his white paper. And it was suggested to me by Adam. So if you don't know Adam, Adam13531, he's the one who recommended to me to look into Raft consensus algorithm in the first place. And it's a pretty complicated algorithm. I was working on it earlier this week to do the snapshotting stuff, and I think it's working, but we'll find out when it gets really hammered by real people logging in. Maybe I'll have some bugs. Yeah. So yeah, Adam said he didn't know the algorithm himself, but he recommended I look into it. And I did, and it was pretty cool. So that's what we're doing. Okay. I think I'm done showing the old app. This old app is going, and I'm basically going to clean it up and replace it with the new app. So old app is version 0, new app version 1. Don't need that for now. Or do I? Maybe I'll keep that up, but show the React stuff instead. So there we have our header, our stage, and then place for our dialogues to show up. The dialogue has the overlay and the actual dialogue, with help from Romania. Thank you very much, by the way. So on the back-end server stuff, I'm really comfortable. I've been doing it for like 20-something years. The front-end stuff, not so much. So you see me start to sweat, Maka S, take longer, pause for more thinking and struggling, and I hope you guys don't mind too much. All right. Oh, right. I was going to put Redux in here, and I installed it, right? It added it, so it's time to pull it in. Time for the Redux, yes. And is that all I need to do? Create store? I thought I needed more than that. Make sure that that works. Got a lot of windows here. I mean, I think it worked. I want more than the basic example, though. Let me skim through the basic tutorial. Right, they talk about making action types, but I need to set up the middleware at some point, right? The reducers, right? Yeah, we're still in reducer land here. Or are we on the app yet? Oh, thanks for the follow. Talisman Solutions. You do a config file to create your Redux. The creation boilerplate is kind of huge. Well, let me see. Let me see if I can. Let me see what I can get on my own here. Lit. That's a real lit emoji there. Oh, you know what? I know why I'm getting confused. There is a special one. Is it under advanced? There was one for, maybe I did it through search. React Redux. It's how to add Redux as a React. Here we go. I think this is it. Using with React. Skimming through because I remember most of this vaguely. I'm not going to use prop types. Sorry. Yes, it was this middleware, right? And that's per component. And then the app level had something special in it. Is this the app level? Yes. That's what it was. So I do need create store. And we create it anywhere. Right? Actually, do it. Yeah. Oh, we'll have to get that too? Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, let's do that, since that might take a while. Forgot about that. Yeah, because we need provider, right? That's part of the middleware. Yes. And the store the store is best put where? Inside the class? So right here. Create store. And then my reducers go here, right? Yeah. Yeah, I remember having to do this stuff too. Okay. The argument to create store is the reducers. What's tripping me up a little bit is they don't call it reducers, they call it something else. To do app. They mention that, but they don't they don't have that in their example. We're mounting it to the rescue. Right, so this reducers. And this is middleware to combine them, right? I don't like how they change the names, though. It's root reducers here. But here it's called... It's not given a name. Or if the name has anything, it's just reducers or index, reducers index. Right, okay. Let's put it all in the same file for now, and I'll break it out later. So, one reducer is a function that takes the state in the action, right? So, const, right? Const reducers. That's minimally all I need, right? It has to return the new state. It can return the old state if nothing changed. Okay, so reducers. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, you wrap the whole app. Oh, that's why I remember doing this not in app but inside of index for the same reason, to wrap the entire app. Yeah, let me do that. So this moves to index. And so does the reducers for now. That'll be moved in a moment. And the import as well. I don't know, here. I really want these separated anyway. So there's the store, and then wrap store equals store with provider. So provider. Okay, provider I need to import from React Redux. Exactly. I really prefer double quotes. Don't know about you guys, but I like double quotes better. Single quotes make me uneasy. Because to me, C++ land, that's only for characters, not for strings. Store equals... It has to be... Does it have to be an... Oh, because it's JSX, yeah. Okay. And then the app goes inside there. There we go. Yeah, I coded in VS Code. So when I flip to the back end, do I still have it in my... Yeah. So I'm in C++ land. And I have some tools to help me. So this is the... Hold on. It's not that one. It's this test explorer. And there's some nice integration here. I can run an individual unit test, debug it, show the log output. And that's all from the test explorer, which is kind of nice. But yeah, it's just a different set of plugins. I also use CMake, yeah. So that's how I build things. And I also use from time to time git lens to see if there's a change that I made to the file. So there's a change I made this morning to add another unit test. So yeah, same tool, different plugins. That's one thing I like about VS Code. Same IDE supports different languages with different plugins. All right. So my reducers are empty. This is the bare bones minimum, and then I needed to do a little bit of fix up in the app, right? So they structure their app under components. I wonder if I should do the same. Why not, right? Components. We'll move, I guess they all move together, right? They're moving together. Sure. And then this needs to change. Oh, it changed for me. Look at that. So nice. Look at that. It even updated those. Very cool. Yeah, I have a video on how I set up the backend stuff. I'm much more comfortable with that. And so I'll frequently just develop really fast, and people have questions like, what the heck are you doing? So I recorded that video setting up this stuff where you're using Google test macros to make unit tests, and then it integrates with the tool so it knows that, hey, this is something I can run, and that kind of thing. So about a half an hour video showing how I set this stuff up. That video I made before I integrated with Test Explorer, but if you just take what I have in that video and add into the mix two plugins, this Catch 2 in Google Test Explorer, and then Test Explorer UI. Those are the two things I use to have this overlay along with this panel. But you don't absolutely need those. In the video, I show you just how you run it on the command line, so it's up to you. A good read would be that. Cool. I will read that. This looks attractive to me. I've seen it before, so I'm gonna go with that for now. But thanks for that reference. I'll read about that later. And also, I'm gonna look into using the pop-up. I enjoyed the struggle of making my own there, but I'll look into that too. Probably better to use the library rather than to try to do it myself when I'm not comfortable. I write my own stuff in C++ all the time, but that's only because I'm comfortable doing it. They follow that reference? Okay, yeah, I'll be doing selectors soon. Selectors? What is a selector? CSS? Is that what we're talking about? Secure tokens against... Okay, I don't know what that is at all. Oh, JWTS, I don't use that. I am making my own tokens. And with AWS, they have their own specific way to make tokens and use them. And for TLS, I just use OpenSSL. So yeah, don't use that JWTSs yet, but I do appreciate the link. To aggregate state by function, if you change state, just change your selectors. I'm not sure what selectors means. Should I know this term? I should probably know this, and I'll regret not knowing it in a moment, right? Index is saved. More stuff for me to research. You guys are giving me lots of homework. It's like I'm back in school. I appreciate it, though. See, this is the thing. You guys know a lot more about web dev than I do. And I appreciate it, but I do feel like I'm drinking from the fire hose. One thing at a time. Let me get the... Right, I remember containers being... what do they call it? A higher level component? Right, so this component... Is it that the containers know about... Let me look. Containers know about the state? I forget how that works. Oh, check out Yada? Yeah, I use Yada. Actually, that's a good idea, because there are some things that Yada does I'd love to know how he does them. Okay, to keep it simple. Let's look at visible to-do list. That's a container. Right, I remember this. So we use connect middleware to attach two maps, state to props and dispatch to props. Hold on, I need to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Just a minute. No, it's not an ordinary bunny. It's the most foul, cruel, and ill-tempered rodent you've ever laid eyes on. Okay. I had an idea. Why not just clone this thing? It's huge, but then... Actually, does that mean I already have it if I already downloaded it? Can I find it inside my node packages? Node modules, I mean. Is that already in there? Does it come with it? Or not? Let's find out. I don't think so. I guess I'll just clone it. That way I can have it more conveniently available. Git clone. Let's just clone the thing. Clone all the things. There we go. Not found. Probably because I'm missing part of that. Redux. Don't go in there, I'll never find my way out. You're probably right. Yeah, abandon all hope, all ye who enter here. Look at all that stuff. Close that node modules. Never go back in there. Okay, so now I have the examples nearby here. Redux examples. The to-dos, is that what I was looking at? To-do source, yeah. Cool, so this is maybe a little bit more convenient to look at. Hold on, I need to refresh our own components versus containers. Pretty sure that was here, right? Storing authentication tokens or any sensitive info in local storage or anything other browser storage except cookies is bad. So you're saying that what I'm doing here is bad? Which is putting that in local storage is bad, you're saying? So JavaScript out of my control can steal and read local storage from my own site? Is that what you're saying? What would they gain from that? They'd be able to log into the game. And if I was using my admin key, they'd be... This is not a real admin key, so not a leak. That can be grabbed using XSS. So JavaScript outside my control has access to local storage from my site? Is that true? And what would be the alternative? Where would I store the persistent login token then, if not here? Because if there's a better place, I'd love to know. Okay, yeah, I was looking at this. React bindings for Redux separate presentation from container. DSRF in local storage. Hey there, virus inactivated plasma and Perry. How are you doing? I'm just going through this to refresh my memory on how Redux and React are integrated. Cool. Thank you for that. Yeah, we're JSing today, and I'm floundering. Well, I'm not doing too bad, I think. I'm trying to rebuild my front-end client to look a little bit cleaner. So far, what I have is just I haven't moved things into the right places yet, but I have the basic layout pretty much how I wanted to have. I'll have a header area. I don't know what I want to put in there. Maybe nothing. A stage which will have the phaser canvas, and then I have the simple way to pop up dialog. So if there is a dialog active, it'll do that. If there isn't any, it will disappear. And before I got any further, I thought that it was basically guided by Romania and others that I should probably put in more powerful state management, which is in this case I'm going to be using Redux. So I'm creating a Redux store. I'm setting up provider middleware that takes that state storage and wraps it up and provides it to components inside the DOM tree. And right now I have the reducers here. I'll be moving that soon, but I needed something to make it build. And before I got any further, I was looking this up again to make sure I understand the difference between these two kinds of components, because the example has a very significant division between them. It has containers and components. I think that's what they're talking about here, right? So when they say component, they meant presentational component. When they say container, they mean container component. This is why I don't like these words being so overloaded. Component, since they use it here and here, I have to think more. It's cognitive load. The fact that they use container is better, because that means that we're talking about this second column for containers. That means components must be the first column, right? So the markup belongs in, I'm not going to call it components. I'm going to call it presentation. It's going to be presentation and container. And I'm going to use, I guess I'll use plural. How about presenters and containers? Instead of components, I'll use presenters. Okay, that's important. It's not aware of Redux. Containers are, and containers are mucking with the state, and presenters are just using props. So this doesn't have anything to do with Redux. So all the Redux concern is through containers. That makes sense to me. So yeah, that makes sense that in their example app, their presenter for the app doesn't care about the Redux. It's just breaking it up in these pieces. And so a visible to-do list is a container for a to-do list. I got that right? Thanks for the follow, Mickey Maven. Yes, because why? Oh, because it connects the presenter, the to-do list presenter, with the logic to handle the state. Okay. So there's sort of like a mixture between logic and presentation that I have to keep in mind. If a container, I'm not even going to say the word component because it's so overloaded. If a container becomes too complex, it's heavily nested presenters with countless callbacks being passed down. Introduce another container within the tree as noted in the frequently asked questions. Basically, for each blank, because I'm not saying that word component anymore. Oops, I said it. Basically, for each blank that needs access to a state, they did a container. Yes, that makes sense. Presenters aren't presenters, because presenter is a concept mapped to the concrete state. Okay, Lumi, that just confuses me. Presentational components aren't presenters, but present is in both terms. That's confusing. Okay, are you saying I should use a different word? I don't want to use the word components because they use it interchangeably, and that confuses me. Typically, we'd write containers by hand using subscribe. We don't advise you because basically you should use the connect middleware. That makes sense to me. They call it visible not because it's presenting, but it's because they hide some of them, right? And they do that through the props, probably, right? Yes. So this builds the props for the. Okay, we don't want to use the word presenter. What are we using for the word? Viewer? How about viewer? Views? How about we call it. Would that really be confusing if I called. Instead of containers, I call it controllers. Instead of components, I call it view. I know. I'll call one Bob and I'll call one Alice. They'll have two, a bunch of Bobs and a bunch of Alices. Page and components. I just don't want to use that word components because it's so overloaded. I'll get really confused. I'm gonna call it containers and views. So, hope you guys don't mind. It's gonna be containers and views. Because containers, we already know, it's just instead of components, I'll say views. So it's just gonna be views. Does that update this automatically, or do I need to? It didn't. Views. Okay, that didn't damage too many things. So then let's make another one for containers. The word police are going to come to my door. I see the following views and the props emerge from this. Okay, that makes sense. They describe the look, but don't know where it comes from, right? It's the containers that inject them as props. Okay. Right, views are normal component. I use that word again. What does React call them again? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. I think it does call it component. I think I'm screwed. Because it's component IE. Okay. So I'll just train myself that component is purely a React term. And in the Redux language, it's views and containers. And containers are pure Redux and views happen to be components. Yeah, all right. So what's the first thing I want to put in? I think I want to put in a login. So I want to have some state. And where does the example store their state? Actions are like commands in my backend. I understand that part. And the reducers are only looking at different subsets of state. So the state I don't really, the shape of the state I don't really care about, right? So you want me to, yeah, that's a good idea. So some kind of button. So that would be, let's put it on the stage for now since I have no better place. And for that, I need to look at how commands are done. Let me find that out first. Thanks for the follow. Don't know how to say your name. How about Harry? Sound good? Hold on, let me get my bearings. Right, so add to do probably has it, right? So that is a container. Dispatch, exactly. So that is a prop. It's given to all containers, right? Okay, it's weird. This one's sort of a cross. It has some view stuff in it. For Redux state use, just having const initial state? Well, I thought then in this example, they don't actually have that anywhere, right? They don't have any initial state. They have this root reducer, which combines these. And these just have built in that there's nothing in the beginning, right? What's visibility filter? Okay, so they have some state there. How does... So they have each their individual states then? How does that work? Yeah, initial state. So they're sub states, right? I guess that's what combine reducers does. Gathers their results into a single state object. Namespaces the states of each reducer using their keys passed to combine reducers. And if I don't give it a key, what does it do? Oh, so ES6 property shorthand. Okay. I get it. Okay, so they're subspaced. So the state will have state to do's, state visibility filter. I got it. Yep. I think I want to do the same kind of thing. It makes sense to me. Reducers. We want to call it index. Is that just a convention that they have in this example here? Is it just a convention that when you import a directory, it looks at index? Actually, I kind of like that. So let me do it slightly different here in mine. So copy that and paste it here. And it's export default reducers, right? Oops. No, I need to combine. Okay, but I'll have that in a minute. Right now, it's fine to say to do that, right? And then here, I can just say import reducers from reducers. Still works, right? Yep. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's a good thing, Romano, you're saying the same things I'm thinking when I'm guessing, so that kind of confirms my guesses are correct. Do I have the React Redux plugin? Yeah. Oh, the dev tools. Oh, I forgot to do that. That is in Chrome, right? Uh, Let me get that. That's a good idea. I'll run into that eventually, that I'll need it. Oh, where was that exactly? Is it in under settings? I forget where. Extensions? What is it called again? React Redux? Oh, wait a minute. No, is it not a Chrome extension? You're saying it is for... Is it... I have the React Dev tools installed. Yeah, I have that. But I don't need any Redux plugin, do I? I thought actually, I remember there being some kind of plugin. React Redux plugin. There was something I had to do. Oh, is it Redux? I can spell it correctly. No? So what is this then? So yeah, is it because I don't have them installed? Yeah, it's okay. So it doesn't show it unless I have it installed. I think this is the correct one because it's got many different users of it. Let's add it. Yeah, sure. Okay, we have it. So let's see if it works. I should be able to see it here, right? In my app. And that's this thing down here, right? If I remember right. I need to enable it in the middleware. Right-click React DevTools, open left. I think there's a little bit of lag in the chat. That's okay. Yeah, here's my store. Here's my state. Nothing in there. That's the one I did install, right? Let's see. Oh, there's instructions on how to hook it up. I don't remember having to ever do that though. Is that absolutely required? Because I can see it here. What would this give me? Yeah, that's the extension I installed. Okay, fine. I can add it. I don't know what it does. We'll follow the instructions like, when we're cooking for the very first time, we follow recipes just like they say. So let's go there. Oh, it's in the store when we create the store, right? Okay. There we go. We happy? Just as links the React store into a global variable. So where would I see that now? Yeah, that was exactly, that was my experience at Chirp. I don't know why we would need to do that. It doesn't say what it does. Okay, if I ever get to enhancers, I'll have to remember to come back here and do that. Maybe they made it so you don't need it anymore. I don't know. All right, we'll come back there and look at it if I need it. Okay, let's add that button. So that was going to be something in the app, in this stage. So that means I need to have a container for the stage, right? Let's see if I got this right. Their app pulls in add to do, which is a container. Oh, this is the view inside, and they just they wrapped it together. I see. So normally, if you were to break up the view part of this, this dispatch would be a prop, right? Let's see if that's what they did here. Yeah, that's how they do it. They have a prop that calls dispatch for you. Okay. It takes me a bit to wrap my brain around this stuff. My brain conditioned for 20 years to be doing C and C++. Who's the pleb? I feel like a pleb right now. Okay, to do this right, I think I want a stage container. Stage. So we're moving the stage to be a container. Goodbye and hello. And then here, I'm going to import this. How? So I'm so indecisive about how to do stuff. App pulls in. Oh, through the default export. Okay, yeah. Stage from dot slash containers slash stage. That's how they do it down here as well, right? Their app pulls in relative to containers. Okay, got it. And then that's how it would do it without making changes yet. That should still, okay, it doesn't compile. Okay, because I need to import something. What does it say I need to import? JSX, so I need just import React. Okay, good. Now we're going to turn it into a container. Before they did Redux is twice as difficult, I would have just died. Okay, so to turn it in, so I'm going to have a view for the stage as well. Okay, now but the names are important, right? Like, I can't use the same name. Yeah, what do I name? What do I name the stage container? I should capitalize it too, by the way. Name a stage container. um, it should be. Cause I was looking at the example. They name their what they call components. Let me close this for a second. They name their containers after like what functionally it does, and then the components are visually what you see. All right. I do want a stage.js here. This one I don't want to call stage though. I want to call it something else. Controlled stage? It should be functionally what it does. Show stage? Show stage. So it will, it's going to do a connect. And this becomes reducer. So really, this is what stage is. Sorry for all the scrolling. This is just stage. App pulls in, yeah, this got messed up. Show stage. Show stage. Stage displayer. Yeah, something like that. Let's call it stage presenter. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid that word presenter though. Yeah, like view model. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Maybe we can change these names later. I just need something that not collide. Okay, let me close that because I'm getting confused. Yeah, I just have too many windows open. That's the problem. Close them all. Oh, I have unsaved changes? Well. What's unchanged? That I shouldn't have changed. Don't save that. That we're done with the cores rule. So close them all. Okay. Here's my app. Here's the container, and there's the view that I want. And then from the example, there's the example app. And I'm going to use the add to do. No, that's not a good one. This one, filter link as an example. And I'm trying to ignore the prop types because that just gets in my way. So that's an interesting way to decompose the props. I kind of like that. Maybe I'll use that convention. So that's in stage, and the props are decomposed to the button I want, right? Toggle dialog, we'll call it. On toggle dialog to imply that it's a button. And let me just copy this whole thing because this is just a pattern I'm going to employ for a stage. So this, we don't have actions yet. Let me just comment that out because I will have an action very soon. Okay, the thing we're importing is stage. And it's not, I'm not calling it components, I'm calling it views. And then we, I'm going to use double quotes because I can. Okay, so I don't have state yet. Let me comment that out for now. And I do have a prop that I want. Oh, did I overwrite the wrong thing? I did. Oops. That I want to go here. And let's undo everything. Yeah, I was just being dumb. Okay, we'll keep that. Show stage is the component. All right, back to normal. And it's, I want it on toggle dialog. Okay, on toggle dialog dispatches some kind of action, right? Let's comment that out for now. and this is stage. So we have the stage appearing there, and I guess it's time to have actions. And let's see how this example models their actions. So I can do it here, or I can group them. So let's just do it let's just do what they do. Let's just copy from them, and we'll mix it, we'll fix it up. Close this. Close that. All right. This is how you do an enum. I don't really need an enum yet. Well, let's comment everything out here so I don't have to go back to it. These are actions. What is that? Is that just an enum? That's weird how they did that. Anyway, so we'll have a toggle dialog. And what is this ID? Oh, there is no ID, so it's nothing. Type toggle dialog. And that's all I need, right? So thank you guys for being so patient and watching me struggle with this, by the way. You're going to hate me for it, but I'm going to put a semicolon because it just seems right that this being a statement, that there be a semicolon for every statement. I try to be consistent in my code, so that's one point of consistency. Like these should have semicolons in my mind because they're statements. Is import a statement? I guess JavaScript doesn't care if I do that, right? Let me go fix up for consistency's sake. Starting from, yeah, see, they had them anyway. Okay, so that makes sense. That gives me some validation. So this being a declaration, it's not in my mind a statement, although it's very subjective. You can call it a statement too, because it's just syntactic sugar for a big statement, right? But it'll keep me sane, and that's important, right? Important for me to stay sane. So that should have a semi. To keep my sanity. Why have I chosen Redux for state management? Combination of recommendation, and I used it about a year ago, and I kind of liked it. I liked how the debug tool is integrated well. You can see the state here really conveniently, as opposed to having to dig down into the like anywhere I pick, I should be able to get back to my context and see my state. I guess that's the fact that the whole app is wrapped. So just there's a lot of convenience things. The fact that you wrap the whole app in a provider which has the state store, and I can get to the state of everything pretty conveniently. It's just kind of attractive to me. Also, just reading about Redux, it's just one way to allow your app to scale into a larger app and not run into nightmares having to route state and props around everywhere. Really, not really strong reasons of why I chose it. I just chose it because it seemed like it was a good thing to do for a couple different reasons, right? Which means I might end up regretting it later. Okay, I need to find out what is that. Okay, it is an action. And my actions, I don't have that in there. Oh no, I do. I do have a toggle dialog. So we can dispatch toggle dialog. Right now, toggle dialog. It just toggles it. So I need to have a reducer that handles that. Okay, so that's my empty reducers. Let's look at their reducer. Cool. Let's pick that one. And actually, let me just pick the whole file out and place it here, and we'll rename it toggle dialog. And we'll do the same thing that they do in their reducer index. They have a combine reducers. Let's do the same thing in my reducers index. So we use combine reducers. We're going to use double quotes, though. We're going to Alt L semicolon. There. There's no to-dos. It's toggle dialog. We're going to combine our reducers together. Right now we only have one, but that's fine. And that is that. Okay. Toggle dialog. That's to get the enum, right? I don't need that out. I don't need that. Extract the type in a common file so you can reference them in actions reducers and change the string only in one place. Yeah, that makes sense. Their example didn't do that, probably because it was too simple, right? Not here. Let's go back. Let me see if they do that here. I know I've seen it somewhere. I just don't remember where it was. Maybe it wasn't in this usage with React. Maybe it was in actions that they showed it. This is what we're talking about, right? Having constants in there. So what would be a good... I guess in the actions index we could do that. Extract the type in a common file. So could the common file just be the index here? Would that make sense? So hold on. I'm in the wrong file. Don't modify their stuff. I could just do it here, right? Const. What does it do? Const. Toggle dialog equals that. And I didn't even use the right quotes. Shame on me. Okay, toggle dialog. There we go. So in the toggle dialog reducer, the state is false. The action is to return not state. Right? It feels kind of funny to have the reducer called toggle dialog. Shouldn't the reducer be... Hold on. Thanks for the follow, Montana 4K. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid exactly that, Franzby. I want to use Redux, but I don't want it to be poorly written. I want it to be... I want it to at least be consistent so that I can make sense of it. Export const, you're saying. Good idea. It's call within it. So you're saying my reducer will be called? Let's actually see what happens. It should actually be in there now, right? No, because it didn't compile. Not defined. Show stage needs it. Yes, so it needs to import toggle dialog from actions. Oh, yeah, you're right. I don't understand that. Why would it run my reducer once? So what is this at init? Do they talk about it here in reducers? Get the shape of the initial state. So it probably describes that here, right? Yeah, I'm using a lot of frameworks, Atom Fighter. That's why I'm kind of struggling, because these are all new to me. So the frameworks I'm using are best described at this level. I'm using React with React DOM, Redux, and React Redux. So this is all planning for the long term to have, once I get used to this, better management and separation of state and logic and presentation. I use that word again, presentation. Anyway, so we're using React and we're rendering the what the client sees in HTML using structural elements like app. So right now the app has a header, a stage, and a dialog. But we're wrapping it with a Redux provider, a React Redux provider, which basically takes a Redux store where we're going to store all of our state and makes it available, like sort of tunnels it, makes it, that it, what it implies, it provides it to the entire tree there. And what I'm getting used to mostly is the separation in Redux between reducers, which here this is and the middleware that we do to make this scalable. So when we have multiple reducers, we use this combined reducers to group them together, namespace. But here's an example reducer. Whenever the action to toggle dialog is done, it will flip a boolean, true, false, and then actually, I don't need a type, do I? Anyway, yeah, so I'm still getting used to this. There are actions there, and I'm using slightly different terminology because I was getting confused. And they use in their documentation presentational components and container components, and because they have components twice, and in their example, they actually make components the name of a directory. It was really confusing to me, so I'm using containers, and instead of presentational components, I'm calling them views. Just picked a word that won't confuse me. So getting in my head straight the difference between actions, containers, reducers, and views, it's what I'm struggling with. I think I don't need this constant, right? Because that type... Do I need a type? Let me read chat a little bit. Do actually people like using Redux? I think it has some applicability. What's attractive to me is if I do it right, I can have separation of concerns. So views, my understanding is these views don't know anything about Redux at all. There's no import of Redux. It's just pure React. And then the reducers, if I do them right, won't have any JSX in them. You can use them independently of React. So if later I chose to use like Vue or something, I could conceivably still use Redux and just rewrite all my views in Vue instead of React. So that's what's attractive to me, the separation of concerns. What else did I miss? Any reason I didn't use TypeScript? That would be yet another level of cognitive load for me, since I don't know TypeScript. So one thing at a time. Eventually I'll probably pick up type stuff. They use what? They don't use TypeScript. What did they use here? Can't remember where it was. I saw it somewhere here. Prop types. They use prop types. And so TypeScript would let me have the same functionality of prop types without building into the syntax, but I'm not even dealing with that yet. I'm probably missing some chat, so if I miss something that you wanted me to definitely see, please tag me in the message. Flow. I'm definitely not in a state of flow. You're talking about flow as in the alternative framework, right? Okay. Well, thanks for the follow, CS Engineer. Hope you enjoy seeing me flounder. I'm normally writing C++ where I'm a lot more comfortable, and right now I'm getting used to this stuff. Your reducer is called with the actions dispatch, so state will toggle for each action dispatch, which is what I want right now. I think the part that I wasn't quite sure on was does every action have a type? Let me review their example again. Type is mandatory? Okay, possibly. Maybe I just don't understand. What do these reducers do? What does the to-do reducer do? Okay, so the reducer should be focused on the state. So I have the concept of reducer wrong. I see. So I should have a type for the action. Oh, I got it. Okay. I think I got it. I got it. So we do have a type, but the action is called toggle dialog, which is fine. It's in the reducer. I have this wrong. It is not called toggle dialog. It's called dialog. Yes. And we have to have a let me copy one of their reducers. Something like, yeah, let's copy that. Go back. Comment that out. So I need to import toggle dialog from actions. And then our dialog. You need to return type of the action from action creator and then reduce to your checking action type. Yeah, the switch is what I was missing. Yeah. That's what I see. It's just my lack of understanding of what I'm doing. And it's when the case is that case, then we return not state. In C++, I like to put braces around these. Does it really matter? Let me look at theirs again. Let me look at a more complex switch. I'm not used to doing switch statements in JS. To-dos, maybe? Okay, they're really meant to be just single line returns, right? So they don't even bother with any kind of semicolons here for some reason. And the default is always to just return the state, and the state is the dialog. Yeah, we can. Like, it should have a more formal name, right? Dialog. Show dialog. What do I call this? Dialog visibility? Dialog. Yeah, Sergeant Chrome. I feel like I'm a million miles away from making my game, but one step at a time. You can read about it more there. If you have any questions, let me know. And you might want to tag me in the message, because while my brain is busy processing this data, I have a hard time responding to, or even seeing chat unless it's tagging me. Dialog reducer. Yeah, but reducer is the name of the directory, so maybe it's just dialog. Maybe that's a good enough name. So the default is just return state. What does pretty want me to format this as? And this is gone. Call the function just reducer for every reducer file and make import as whatever reducer. Yeah, but I really don't want to have reducer in the name if it's in the directory. Switch case. Oh, thanks for the follow. But Fat Modi. I hope that's how you say it. Recall once being told that a switch case in C is not good practice. Yeah, well, it's okay for small groups of cases, but when it gets larger, it's oftentimes better to use a lookup table. Redux has a bit of overhead if you're planning to send events high frequency. I'm not, so that should be fine. This is really just to hold on to view state. So the events aren't going to be that high frequency. All the actual game is on a server side. So there's a separation between the client and the server. I could write that as reduced, but I'm planning to make it more. So I want to get used to a pattern which I can extend later, which will be more than just a. Oh, you're saying I could combine those two? Default and not give it a name? I see what you're saying, Postal Rat. I think I'll stick with this though, but yeah, you're saying I don't even need a name, right? I can export default function and then dispense with that, right? That'll work. Sure, and then the name is the name of the file. I understand that. Actually, that actually makes more sense to me. Why don't I do it Postal Rat's way? And then it's a declaration. Declarative syntax is better anyway, right? There we go. Thanks, Postal Rat. You get mad at React. A lot of people find Vue to be. Yeah, I know. Vue is like Vue and Angular are the two alternatives I can move to if I really get mad at React. So far, I'm okay with React. I really enjoy the fact that the debug tools have great support for both React and Redux. So, okay, I need to fix up some of my references, don't I? So I'm getting the hang of this, I hope. That dialog, the show stage container dispatches an action, and that action is creating. The action is creating this. It's an action factory really, and that gets when it gets dispatched, it ends up in the reducer. Okay, it's this that it didn't, right, that I got wrong. So it's just import dialog from dialog, right? Cool. One thing that irritates me is it doesn't remember that I want that to have more space. All right. Thanks, Adam Fighter. Hey, it's Playing with Scissors. You're back home. How are you doing, Playing with Skizzers? You're back home, and I'm starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel of React and Redux. So the reducer is just toggling the state, and I need that state in show stage as a prop. Yes. So show, I guess. Show is state. And so that means that show stage has a show prop. I mean, a stage has a show prop. Stage. Oh, and I need the on toggle dial. No, okay. These are both given. So there's both a show and an on toggle dialog. So if return Here's where it gets really cool. Return show. If so, show that. Otherwise, null. It didn't work. It's false, but it's still showing it, so I did something wrong. Let's inspect. State is an object. Oh, is it? I thought I made it a Boolean. This is how it would look if you used reducer naming for a function. Actually, that star, I think I can do that, right? Yeah, I don't like the repetition of reducer everywhere. This is TypeScript stuff, right? Or is that prop types? Just do a console log on what I receive in, okay, sure. That's a good idea. So console.log. Well, I was hoping to see it here for, not provider, but where was it? This element. I should be able to see its props. Okay, it didn't get any props. Did I not wrap it correctly? Stage, yeah. Oh, I'm not looking at the right thing. I need to look there, don't I? Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong place. I'm totally confused. The stage has the button, but the prop is given to the dialogue. I'm totally confused. I know I did wrong. This is wrong. We're always showing the stage. It's just that I need to have a button there to push. So this shouldn't just be dialogue. It should be show dialogue. And I need a new container. Show dialogue. So there's no toggle dialogue. There's no action I need. There's no prop. There's no dispatch. Hey, thanks for the follow. The stage doesn't need the show at all. Dialogue does need the show. And it's showing the dialogue. Dialogue. Oh, I lost what it had. I lost it. Undo stack is empty. I forgot what I had. Was it just an empty div? I think it was. So kind of like stage dialogue. Maybe that's why this had reducer in it, because it's going, I'm gonna have a name collision here, aren't I? I don't think you can avoid naming a reducer without reducer, because you can have some components. Yeah, exactly. So I ran into the same thing just now. So reducer. And then this will say dialogue reducer. And then dialogue. I could just do a default function again, the functional component. Yeah, why don't I just do that? Export default. I forget already. function. And it is a declaration now. All right. So it's dialogue. Dialogue will appear here. Okay, that is back to running, right? No, it is not, because show dialogue's not imported, probably. Okay. It didn't gray it out because I had two divs in there, right? It was a React fragment, and then I had in front of the dialogue I had another one, which was a whatever I had in the CSS for this. I need to move the CSS around anyway, so it's overlay. Let export default. Yeah, but that's if, well, this is the same thing, only it's more declarative, right? Instead of, I don't need to give it a name. Actually, can you do that? Export default and then just a statement? I know you could do that. This feels better to me because it looks like we're declaring a function and we don't need to give it a name. You have app 0 on line 9 to 25. I do. Let's see. I don't think I do. I have app on line 19 to 15, 25. Okay, I lost the context. But this is working now. I think we're good. I just need to put in... Here's where I need... Okay, that's show. Show. If so, there's a fragment. Otherwise, there's nothing to show. Right? It didn't work. Okay, maybe that's why we should give it a name, because right now we don't have a name. Hold on. Something I'm not understanding here. Check my app implementation. Will do. Show dialogue. Show stage. Yeah. So okay, I'll name it because right now it's showing unknown, so I don't like that. So show dialogue. Do I have this backwards? I thought it was this is the prop and that's the state. Oh, it's just called show. Oh, it's an object that has show in it. Okay. Well, yeah, so we'd pick it back out. Let's fix this though. So we'll put that back to the way it was. Export default dialog. Const dialog equals arrow function. There. And now it has a name. State is an object that has a property dialog, the value false. Okay, maybe I got it backwards then. You're saying I got it backwards. You're probably right. No, it has a show. Dialog Okay, let me look at their example container. So right, so they call it active, and then they pull out of the state what they need. Yeah, I prefer the tertiary operator actually. But yeah, I know you can do that. State is formed from combined reducers key, where each key is equal to the state. So, are you saying that's because I'm using the combined reducers? That's the problem I'm running into. So it's the key is dialog reducer. Okay, console log time in dialog. Console.log. Actually, let's get our entire state here. My state is this. State. All right. What do I see on the console? My state is show. Okay, this is moving my cursor around. Oh yeah, because okay, so there is a namespace. So I don't want that reducer in the name. How do I get rid of that reducer without renaming it? Just put in combined reducer. Oh, I can rename it there. Okay, that's a good idea. That's in index here. So you're saying I can rename it. So dialog. Okay, and then finally I want to reduce it down to just show. So I think that is in the container. I'm doing it wrong, right? Yeah. State.dialog. There we go. All right. Now to add the button. Whew. It's Miller time almost. Time for a beer. It's almost 4 hours. I need a drink after this. What if I took a break to get me some liquor? Because I feel like I need a shot. would everyone be okay with that? After doing this, I need a shot of something. You got beers? All right. And what about the Fernet? Or however you say it. Are you out of that? Playing with skizzers? Okay. To add the button, that's in the view, stage, and I'm going to put a button here. Let's just put a button. Button. On click equals prop. Do I need to say this props? No, I just say on toggle dialog, right? Press me. Isn't that sweet? Then how do I dismiss it? Let's play around with dismissing the dialog. So that should be in the dialog. We will have a button dismiss. And I need some kind of prop, right? On dismiss, something like that. Dismiss. And so we'll have show and dismiss, or on dismiss, right? And so I don't need that anymore. It's just show. And I need on dismiss to be given by the container. So that is here, right? On dismiss. And I forget how to do the dispatch. Is it just dispatch? And then some kind of action? I need an action. Actually, I just need toggle dialog, don't I? So, yeah. Don't I just dismiss toggle dialog? Is that it? That wasn't so hard. It didn't work. All right, what did I do wrong? Oh, it has to be an arrow function. Why does it have to be an arrow function? Oh, because it's making a map. Yeah, okay. I'm just dumb. And while I'm at it, let me put a comma there. All right, so press me. Dismiss. Hey, look at that. It works. I feel like I should check this in. You can get rid of dispatch map state to props, does it for you anyway? So you're saying I can just do that? Without calling it? It didn't work. I need the arrow function, but I don't need the dispatch, you're saying. So like that. And I need to call it. Nope. Okay, it's probably something close to this, but I'm not getting it right. So this is when it was working, and you're saying I can get rid of dispatch. It does it for me. Oh, map state to props does it for me. You mean map dispatch to props, right? If you make it an object. It's some trick. A paste bin would help, yeah. You know, you guys don't have to tell me all the tricks. I do appreciate it, though. Okay, while you're doing that, let me think about what I want to do next. Do I want to play around with this a little bit more? I sort of do. Let me play around with having controlled elements. Yeah, you can tell me how to do a handstand. I might not do it, though. You can tell me. Okay. Oh, so if they're all... What if I had arguments, though? Then I could have an arrow function? Okay, so you're saying I can, what's own props? I guess I should look this up. So, you're saying instead of that, I can merely do... This is sort of shorthand, you're saying. That, colon, that. This much of it. That's what you're saying? Yeah, okay, you're right. Let me see if I can understand this. So it's probably looking at the object, and if it is a function, it will call it to get the correct thing to call. But if it's, I guess you call that a dictionary or an object. If it's an object, then we look up by key to find the thing to dispatch. This is just shorthand if everything is calling dispatch. If you guys don't mind, let me keep that commented out. I'll say alternatively. And let me use this for now until I want to understand what own props is, because we're not using that. And I'll probably find it later, and then it'll make more sense to me. Yeah, behind the scenes they do that. That's the problem with the behind the scenes stuff. For me, I get confused unless I know what's behind the scenes, and since I don't know that, I'm not comfortable using it. And you know, I think I need to understand what this is and what other behind the scenes tricks are available. Okay, so let me put some more stuff in the dialogue. In the dialogue, let's put input type equals text placeholder equals username. Now that doesn't need to have a empty, does it? It does. All right, and let me put it on its own line. To do that, I put it into a div, right? I'll play with the CSS later. Break? Which guys prefer? Break or div? Is break better? Okay, didn't like that because I guess break has to be closed. It's the same thing, right? Which do you guys prefer, break or a div? Baby rage not allowed. Well, you can have baby rage, but that's okay. Poor baby. This helps me to reinforce the idea that it's a block level item. Right? Those two are different blocks. In fact, even cleaner would be to do it this way. There are two divisions within the dialogue. Div always. Okay, we have maybe one vote for each. Romania says BR. Archeap says div. I think I'm going to go with div because this helps me remember I want them to be two blocks. But really, that's a CSS problem, right? How it's displayed visually should be a CSS thing. You always use divs? Alright, anyway. Let's add some more inputs. Is input a block level thing? It is, so these really need to go in their own divs. I mean, it's not a block, it's a line. What do they call inline? And I'm gonna turn. Eventually, I'm gonna turn dismiss. You can see where I'm going here. If you're not logged into the game, it'll pop this up if you press login in the main page. Actually, let's go ahead and turn that into what it should be. And then eventually, I'm gonna move dialogue into showing one of many dialogues depending on what the state is. So right now, there's only gonna be one dialogue. So yeah, I guess it's time to fix this up a little bit. So let's have a on login and an on cancel. And then this will be login. And then cancel. And let's say, I'm debating in my mind, do I want to do the CSS to put that cancel on the right? Or do that for later? For styling, I've been learning CSS. Oh, I should fix the CSS while I'm at it, right? So I really shouldn't inherit from the app CSS. I should do what app does, and I should have the CSS goes with the view itself. So dialog should have its own dialog CSS. Now it actually makes sense to me why they put like the dashes in front, because this is app title, and this should be dialog overlay. Dialog, and really let's call that box. And then I'm gonna replicate and move this. So this goes to dialog. Get rid of root and these other ones. And that's that. App CSS does not need dialog anymore. And app classes are header, title, app. This one is, oh, that's where that code, I left it. Okay. I don't think I missed anything. And then dialog should have dialog in front of the classes. And I call that box so I don't reuse the word. And then actually while I'm at it, let me change the stage to be a login. And this is not toggle dialog really, it's on login. Or on show dialog, right? For now? Well, no, let's call it what it is. Show login dialog. So the show stage has that as an action. Oh, I got that wrong. That goes there. This I want to rename to be to show login dialog. And then that's in actions. So yeah, this could be broken out into multiple actions. Right now I'll keep it one at a time. So this will be type. Yeah. Show login dialog. And while I'm at it, let me have a hide. There's a lot more chat when I should do JS more often. I think you guys like JavaScript more than you like C++. I'm not able to keep up. How do I set the classes in the JSX files? Did someone answer that already? You just a class is not a JSX thing, right? So class is just really syntactic sugar for us for a function object, right? And then it just happens if you oh, I think maybe what you're asking is how do you use JSX in classes? That's something that Webpack set. Yeah, I use create React app, and that sets up Webpack and Babel and all these other things, or Babel. And then those tools are the ones that allow you to use JSX inside of a class. And class name is a React thing that, again, the tools are going. I think React itself uses that so that it doesn't clash with the word class. I think, right? Maybe that's what you're asking. How do you set classes? Oh, okay. Now I understand. You're asking how do you set CSS classes inside JSX? Yeah, it's class name. I shouldn't try to answer these questions since I'm a novice and you guys are the experts. All right. It makes sense, actually, to have these grouped up together like that. And then, show login dialog is an action. And then this will have a hide login dialog. And then the reducer is going to pull in. This is making more and more sense to me. So I think I'm on the correct track here. The two actions that the dialog reducer needs are showing and hiding. Right? And if it's show, it's return true. The state is just a flag. Later I'd have a structure with some kind of flag saying show inside the structure, right? And if it's hide, it's false. Otherwise, it remains the same. And does that work? Log in. Cancel. Cancel doesn't do anything. Show dialog. Because I don't have the right props here. So that's on cancel, and then I guess on login does the same thing right now. They don't work. Did I get it wrong? Dialog. On login, on cancel. On log. Oh, I misspelled it. Okay, cool. It works. I don't think in dialog I name them cancel. Oh, you're right. Cancel. There we go. They should do the same thing right now. Yeah, right now they map to it, but you know, obviously I want them to do something different soon. Okay, this is starting to grow on me because now with this nice separation, if I wanted to change the logic, all I really need to do is go into the actions and the reducers. Right? Oh, I mean the containers. I would go into the containers and I would have alternative logic here. I would dispatch a different action. So let's do that now. Let's have an action called login. action log in. Log in. There we go. We have an action called login, and the dialog container needs that. And then login is going to call it. And then in the reducers, that gets reduced by hiding the dialog, right? And probably showing something else. Right, so this makes sense. The reducer is taking the action and figuring out, well, how does that affect the dialog state? So right now, the way logging in is just going to hide the dialog. And then I would have another reducer that actually affects other state if I needed it. Right? And like I can do other things. So where would I put logic outside of Redux? Would that go? Where would that go? In the actions? So the actions are supposed to be just plain old data, right? No logic. Oh, right. But I'm missing a few things, right? So username. So it says username and password. Study thunk middleware to allow you to dispatch async functions. Yeah, so that's maybe the next level. But yeah, not even async, but like let's say I wanted to just run some JavaScript whenever an action is, I guess is it done in the reducers? I guess I'll just look at the examples in a second. Middleware, is it done in middleware? Let me look. It probably has it here. It's probably an advanced tutorial, right? Async actions, here we go. Every time an action was dispatched, the state was updated immediately. Right, exactly. The moment you start the call, the moment you receive the answer. Yeah, so in other words, this is great if all we care about is updating our state, and then the React Redux takes care of causing the React to re-render, right? Whenever the provider takes care of that, right? It'll re-render everything. All the props will change, in other words, because the props are built by these containers. All these props are going to change, which is going to cause the DOM to be re-rendered and all that good stuff. And that's good for React, but when I want to do stuff outside of React, then that's where I need something else, right? So is it a thunk I need to look at? Not necessarily async. So if I wanted a synchronous action, I'd still have a thunk. And they probably described that somewhere here, right? Let's look up thunk. I shouldn't have hit enter. Aha, here we go. This is a long and complex topic. Okay, you know what that means. Long and complex topic. It means there's no way I'm gonna read any more until I get something to drink. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna get myself a drink. All right. Cheers. Hmm. Whew. All right, I'm ready to approach this long and complex topic. This is Irish whiskey. I forget what I... Hold on. Do you really want me to go back and look at the bottle? I can bring the bottle here. Hold on. I won't blank the screen completely. I'll just hide the camera. I'll be right back. It's safe to show this on Twitch, right? I could show what I'm drinking. Tullamore Dew, Irish whiskey. I feel like I need that when I'm going to read a long and complex topic. I can check the thunk implementation there. Oh. Let's look at that too. Yeah, okay. I'm glad I got myself some whiskey for this. Let me read this first. He shows what he's drinking all the time, but he's in Washington State. I think it's okay to show me drinking alcohol. I would not be able to roll a joint though, because, well, actually, what are the laws in California? Is it legal now? I don't follow these things. Anyway, if you dispatch an action, it'll call that action with dispatch and get state. Okay, it sounds like what I need. Redux suggests that, let me, I won't, oh, how do I increase the font size without getting lost? I'm gonna get lost. I'm doing this for playing with skizzers, because he doesn't like it when there's small text, so there you go. Side effects should be part of the action creation process. Right, Redux has no place for side effects to be executed. In particular, reducer functions must be pure functions. So my reducer function, I need to remember that my reducer functions, these have to be pure and not, so I can't put side effects here. That's very important. Must be pure functions. So I need to intercept the action before, I'm assuming before it gets applied to the state, right? Yeah, but I think this is important, right? Because they're probably assumptions based off of the fact that it's a pure function with no side effects. And they do use the must, and it's in italics. It's in italics. That means we have to obey it. While the logic can be performed inside of the UI, it generally makes sense to extract that logic to reuse. Well, yeah, of course. Action creator function. The simplest and most common way to do this is to add the thunk middleware. It lets you write action creators with more complex and synchronous logic. Okay, let's click on that. Where are we going? This is yet another thing I have to install. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I go with Redux Thunk? Why do I need this? Can only do synchronous updates by dispatching an action. Let's see, right. Oh, this is for async logic. Wait a minute. Do I really need it then? 14 other libraries to make it usable. Okay. Action creators return a function instead of an action. Okay, this is a little bit too deep. Do I... Yeah, this, I don't... Let's not do that yet. Is that the only... Those are my only... Those are my only, options? Hold on. Okay, they say break it up into multiple actions. Let's start by defining several synchronous action types and action creators we need. Okay, so this is the action. And then there's another action. And then there's a third action. Let's play noun.js. Give you a noun. There will be something from npm using that noun. Chickens. Is there an npm chickens? It has to be in pink. Okay, that doesn't look like the right kind of npm. How would I find? Is there like an npm something you can search without? Oh yeah, here we go. Search back at his chickens. There's chicken sync. And 6 people downloaded it this week. What does it do? Who knows? Who knows what it does? They didn't document it. Okay, there's no chickens, but there's chicken sync. Okay, let's pick another one. npm SIO is still the best. Chickens. Chicken sync. Cluck. Oh, I thought that said cluck for a second there. Okay, there's no chickens. There you go, Plague's Skizzers, thank you. Okay, good night, Nui. Sorry about the strange turn this went. Okay, we'll play one more round. Ranch. Someone already typed this in. Coming soon. Ranch 1.0. It's waiting forever. Published a year ago. Unable to find a readme. I don't know. This is not that fun of a game. There is chicken.js. Really? I don't believe you. I don't see no chicken.js. All right, enough hilarity. It's this when it comes through, how do we dispatch? That's what I want to know. Design the shape state, sure. Okay, let's skip that. I want the mechanism. Well, how does the mechanism work? Handling actions. Okay, sure, write reducers. But the reducers just change the state, right? What's that? This looks like the old syntax before they had spread syntax. Doesn't it? Hey, you don't have to feel bad. That game was fun until I looked stuff up and it had nothing. It's like there's a package there, but who knows what it does. Computed property syntax. So, but do you have to use object assign, all that garbage? Can't you just use spread syntax for that? Actually, I don't know what this means. I should find out what this means. Reducer composition. Just check it out in GitHub. Yeah. What am I getting myself into looking at this chicken ranch stuff? Okay, the standard way to do it is redux thunk. Okay, maybe I just need to bite the bullet and do redux thunk. Thanks for the follow. Crispy Drone. I like that name. I vaguely remember doing this stuff like a year ago. Like returning functions that take dispatch as an argument, and then like you can then call dispatch later. Yeah, of course. Don't. Why? Why would I do that? What do you mean they don't? Yeah, they do. Why do they keep saying this stuff? Hold on. Can I use fetch? Yeah, who uses IE anymore? Everything supports fetch except for IE. Oh, and the BlackBerry. Who cares about BlackBerry? Opera Mini? Give me a break. Yeah, it's supported everywhere but IE. Who cares about IE? I mean, most browsers don't support it. They lie. Your clients? Sucks to be you. I'm just kidding. I used fetch today and it had no problems because I am in Chrome. Well, yeah, I can always just polyfill it with, yeah, sure, whatever. Anyway, I guess I'm biting the bullet and I'm using Redux Thunk. Okay, let's do it. Okay, what directory am I in? Why did I put that shell there? Who told me to put that shell there? I'm gonna blame who's not here or lurking. I can blame this on. I'm just kidding. React Thunk. That's such a fun word, thunk. Like Chungus. Thunk. It just has a great end to it. I'll have players on IE too? No, I won't. So when you go to my game, you know what it's gonna say? You go to my game right now, right? It just says it's a placeholder. You know what it's gonna say at the end? It's gonna say if you're on IE, you can't play. Get a real web browser. That's what I'm gonna have it say. All right. Do I need to follow this, or can I just look at the React Thunk documentation? Okay, so here's the rub, right? So we have to apply a middleware. Okay, when I did create store earlier, I did some kind of funny business with this stuff. Can I look at that? Oh, that's horrible. Now I'm not sure I'm okay looking at this. Enhancer. Okay, this is scary. Okay, I'm gonna pretend I didn't do that. You know, I don't need this. I don't think I need that. So, let's apply middleware. Can't wait for the Chromium browser. You mean the one that they're rewriting Edge to be based on Chromium? Okay, so I need what? What's Thunk middleware? It's just something they give me. What's Logger middleware? Oh, it's whatever middlewares I want. Okay, so it's just Thunk middleware then. Which we get. Did I do the import? Yep, okay. So we just get it from React Thunk. Cool. Import it. Thunk middleware. You know what I don't like? Why is it sometimes... I guess this is a default import, and this is when it's not a default. This is importing the default export, right? And this is exporting something that's not the default. Why can't people just pick one standard and stick with it? Forcing me to remember this weird syntax is just... I don't know. Redux Thunk. I'm gonna get progressively more wacky and strange some more of this whiskey that I consume. And what am I doing streaming? It's already 4.5 hours. I should have stopped at 4. Who thinks I should stop streaming now? Who thinks I should keep streaming? Named exports. Yeah, so the named ones go inside the brackets, right? And those names have to match. But the default I get to rename. So if I wanted to, I could rename this Bob. And no one could stop me, right? I can just say Bob. Because that just works. Yeah, let's call it Bob. Because why not? Are you saying that won't work because the name is strict? Ah. But you're saying I can if I call it as Bob. Uh-huh. I can call it Bob if I want. Okay, what did I mess up? I can't say as? Oh, as goes in front. No? Okay, I don't know. Maybe we can't call it Bob. Can't resolve it. Did I misspell it? Oh, I did react thunk. Okay, I'm confused. Redux thunk. Did I install the wrong thing? I did install the wrong thing. Well, let's uninstall it. I don't need it. Get rid of it. It's Redux thunk. Redux thunk. No one ever gave me their opinion on whether I should keep streaming or not. Does that mean it's up to me? Ultimately, it's up to me, but if you guys think I'm getting too incoherent, then I'll probably have to stop streaming. I haven't eaten anything, and now I'm drinking whiskey. This is not such a good idea. Okay, Redux thunk middleware. Do what I want, okay? I'll do what I want. What I want is to follow the example and get it to work for now. So that allows me to use it where I need to use it. I'm pretty sure, if I remember this right. And here's where they use it. Right? Hold on. I'm jumping too far ahead. We use apply middleware, yes. I did that. Yeah, I know. I need to eat something. But you guys don't want to see me eat anything. I needed a drink when I saw that it said a long and complex problem, and I'm like, I need to get through that long and complex problem. And it had already been 4 hours. I'm like, I can't take this anymore. I need a drink. All right. What is this trying to tell me? They can dispatch results of each other. Ah, here it is. So instead of returning an object, we return a function, and that function takes dispatch and does whatever the hell it wants, right? But what does it return? Okay, this will probably explain it to me, right? It also, okay, so we also get the state if we want it. Get state. All right. Simuleos, how are you doing? I am trying to figure out React Redux and Redux Thunk. I'm redoing the front end to my game, which doesn't exist yet, but not letting that stop me. So here's what it is so far. It's not much, but I can hit this login button, and the goal right now is to go beyond just updating the state of this React app, but actually start a asynchronous operation, which is to log into my game server. And to do that, I'm learning learning Redux Thunk, so that I can apply a middleware which does an asynchronous action. I'm trying to use the exact terms. There's a lot of terms I've been throwing around here. So what kind of algorithms have you been working on lately, Simuleos? I think last time I was watching your streamer, you were doing what was it? It wasn't machine learning. I don't know, but let us know what latest algorithms you're working on. If you haven't seen Simuleos before, you really should check it out. His stream. He's a great guy, and he is always looking at different kinds of algorithms. It's sort of like an algorithm curator, and he's always looking at something cool. FFTs, so those are fast Fourier transforms for people who don't know, right? Converting between time domain and frequency domain. And if you wanted to go backwards, you need your IFFT. Those are cool. Analyzing time domain signals in the frequency domain to do things like isolating different frequencies, patterns, and such out of time domain signals. Very cool. Very applicable, too, in audio and video and in other things. Yeah, so if you haven't seen my stream before, I'm in the process of attacking from various aspects the problem of setting up a new multiplayer online RPG. So, my notebook, it's public, and here's a very, very high-level diagram showing the game architecture. So the game, you'll be able to play it from your browser. So you'll go to my site, which right now if you go to it, just get this placeholder. What it's going to turn into next is you'll be able to log into the game. Logging in is establishing a secure WebSocket connection to one of many servers in the cluster. And I am using an algorithm, Simuleos, I'm using an algorithm called the React Consensus algorithm, so that every server in the cluster has the same state. Whenever one of the servers has a new piece of state information to change, it replicates it to the other servers, and they maintain each a separate journal of state change commands. In Raft, it's called a log. I call it a journal. Same thing. So that if we were to be disconnected from the server we're connected to and we reconnect to a different server in the same cluster, the same state is there and we can continue playing. And so that's going to allow me to continually evolve the game. I can take individual servers offline, update their code, put them back online into the cluster, and client. The only thing that you can see from the client end is you might have to switch to a different server. And if I have a graceful handoff, you won't even notice that, but it'll all be behind the hood, under the hood, behind the scenes. And that's what I'm shooting for, 100% uptime, fault-tolerant game that's online. And if you wanted to see a rough prototype, I have a clip of that. I made, in about a week, a little small-scale prototype. It's going to be very retro 2D tile-based pixel art to begin with. And I just want to get a system up and running, so that's what I'm really striving towards right now. And I've been working on the back end quite a lot. I got the back end pretty much ready to host a game, and now I'm adding a front end. And when I have the front end online, then I'm going to start doing game dev. So maybe as soon as possible, like maybe in the next week or two, I'll actually be putting a game on top of this platform. But right now, it's just composed of the back end and the front end, and I'm trying to hook them up together. The back end is more complete than the front end. The front end, I'm still working on it. So I'm struggling because I'm mostly a back end developer. So you can see me struggle with JavaScript. I chose to do the front end in the web browser to make portability not an issue. So you could run it from any OS as long as you have a web browser. And you can even maybe play this game from mobile. I haven't really gone into like all of the issues for small screens, but we'll see. How am I handling state validation from the client with the server? So this diagram, you can think of the client as very small and the servers as very large proportion of the game. As much as possible, I want all of the game to be running on the server, and the client is, you can think of it as just a headless, not a headless, that's the wrong word, a thin client. So it's just a view where all of the model, all of the data is on the server side. So the validation, it's maybe best to show the prototype. You guys want to see the live prototype? I have that running. I just have to start it up. We'll stop the real cluster. We'll start up the prototype. And that means the only thing I have to do here is I have to go to the prototype player and npm start it, and that takes a few moments. But I think it'll help illustrate how I do state validation, because it's extraordinarily easy. Essentially, the client has no state other than it gets a cache of what to show on the screen. And all of the checking and logic is done on the server side only. It's been months since you've seen something resembling a game. Yeah, it's been a while. I hope to get it there, but here, we'll show the prototype in the meantime. We'll do some game. That's going to take a little bit to boot up. Yeah, even collision detection will be on the server. So probably I'm going to run into an issue of lag unless I do some prediction on the client side, which we can do. We can say, well, if the client knows that there's a wall in your way, it might say, oh, you hit a wall, and then maybe wait for the server to come back and say, yep, he hit the wall. New window, localhost 3002, still booting up. I think I need to have my hard drive updated, or I need to update npm or something, because it takes a little bit of time to start up node stuff. I'm just going to work on something else while that boots up. I was reading. I'll just read a little bit more and then I'll go back to the demo if you don't mind. I was adding in this thunk stuff, right? I really want to show this demo though. Oh, here we go. So let's reduce the zoom level and shunt that over and show the network tab instead. Oh, actually I have it both showing Pixie and Phaser. So you'll see two copies of the game, that's fine. So when you connect to the game, what you see here is a WebSocket connection. And if I move around in the game without dying, the only thing that the client knows is what the server tells it to draw, and then what the user has been doing. So the user can either press a fire key or a movement key. So when I move, it's by hitting the K key to move down, or J to move left, or L to move right, or I to move up. And that gets sent to the server and is put into the player's movement control component. Same thing for fire. When I hit the W key, it goes into the player's fire control component. And the server figures out what happens about the game, and then every game tick, it's basically just sending us a message back saying what happened. So the only validation that the server does really is it looks at these messages and says, well, is that something the client can do? Can they move? Can they fire? Yes or no? And then it will construct a change to the component for the player. And in this prototype, the components are very basic. They are all within the backend under components. So it's the input control. So there's what key you're pressing to do fire, what key to move, and whether or not you release the button, and whether or not you did it this tick. And that's the release and tick flags are more to synchronize the input to the frame rate. So if you were to tap fire and then release it within one game tick, rather than it being ignored, it will persist for one game tick. And the this is using an entity component system. So all of the data is stored as components. So the movement and fire keys if directly gets stored into this input component. And then the systems, which are the game logic, take over. And in this prototype, I did it in Lua. So for example, every game tick, we're running every game system, which is basically a function to run. And the player movement is one such system. And it goes through all input components in case there are multiple players. So in the real game, if there are like 100 players, it'll basically be going through this loop 100 times. And for each one, it'll say, well, is that particular player firing something? Or are they moving something? Right, so I have this in here. You can't move while you're firing. So if you're not firing, then we evaluate your movement key. If you're holding the J key down and there's nothing in the way, you move to the left. A K, you move down. L, you move right. I, you move up. So it's all done on the server side. So again, if there's lag, we might have a replication of this system on the client side. It basically tells you in advance, you hit the wall, and then the server would basically say, yes, he hit the wall, and the client would then not need to make a change. But let's say the client thought you might hit something, and the server says, well, that move is allowed because the obstacle disappeared during that lag interval. Then you might get a correction. Like you see in Minecraft, right? When you destroy a block and there's a lot of lag, the block pops back into existence and then disappears again. It's because of that disagreement between client and server. So I haven't really gotten that far in the game to know if I need to do that. I'm just going to keep it simple right now, and like the prototype does, it's all on the server side. So yeah, so the real game is going to be based off of this because this prototype worked reasonably well, and I'm just going to make this more multiplayer. Right now, the prototype, there's only one component. This is easily extensible to multiple components, just multiple players, just by having a loop here. If we had multiple players, we would move them all at the same, in order of whatever we rank them in the inputs of the game. So yeah, any other questions you guys got? Vim key map? I don't have a Vim key map. Cool. All right. So I'm sorry I don't have much more game yet. I'm still setting up stuff. So yeah, right now the current task is to figure out how best to architect the main app. And so my idea was to have interaction that requires input like username and password be pop-up dialogues. So when you first go to the game main page, it'll probably show you some introductory information if you've never seen it before, and then let you either log in or create an account. So I'm just doing the login right now. And the idea is right now this is tied into the app through Redux, and that lets us track the state to show on the front end, but it doesn't inherently have any hook so that we can do an operation with the backend server. So that's why I'm using this Redux thunk now to try to add in an asynchronous operation. So when we hit login, it should make a WebSocket connection, log in, and then if that all succeeds, it should show us the game world, right? Yeah, for moving in the game, it's just up, down, left, right. That prototype, not that prototype, this prototype is based off of the Gauntlet game, a game called Gauntlet from 1980s. And the reason why you're seeing it from top to bottom is this particular branch of the front end, I was comparing Pixie and Phaser. And I think I'm going to go with Phaser, which is the bottom one, which is hard to tell. The only difference visually, I think that you can see, is that connect button is anti-aliased, and this one is not. I couldn't get them exactly the same. So what Phaser has that Pixie doesn't have is built-in support for Z-order and sound and other things. So I want those things, so I'm going to go with Phaser. So yeah, working on the login right now. I'm going to keep working unless you guys have any problems or questions. I'm actually streaming late today, mostly because I want to get at least a basic understanding of Redux, Thunk, React, and so I'm more comfortable. Today, in order to get more comfortable, I'm having to have a drink every once in a while. It's kind of late for you guys, right? Did you fall asleep with my explanation of the game structure? I hope not. I hope it's because it's so late. You have to wake up at 6 hours. Yeah, it's like midnight or 1 a.m. back in the EU, right? Well, have a good night, Romania. Thanks for all your help, by the way. Romania Hate gave me a lot of help because I don't know as much about React and Redux as Romania. Who said that? Romania did. All right. I'm following along this guide here. Do you React every day? I don't. All right, so I was figuring out that right now these are actions. So instead of returning an object, if we return a function, we can do something in the function. But what I don't understand is what is that function supposed to return? Let me read more. Function doesn't have to return something, so it just does nothing then? So in other words, an ordinary action. Hold on. Maybe I'm not understanding this. These actions I have. These are pure functions that take some arguments and turn them into an action. Actually, and I'm using them here, right? In fact, I don't have the right information here. This has to be username, password, because we need to tunnel those, right? So in other words, we take the username and password, and calling login actually constructs the action object, which is dispatched to reducers, which will, for this reducer, it's just going to turn off the dialog, but I'll have a reducer in a minute that will actually log into the server for me, right? So if it doesn't return anything, does that mean dispatch doesn't do anything? Maybe I'll just assume that's what it does and then move on. So let me try to move on. That means I need to have special action, right? Is that what I want? Essentially, then actions take on more than just the data, right? They actually have logic in them. Next action actually gets the action to the... So I don't mean to keep you up, Romani. If you need to sleep, then you should go sleep. You don't need to help me. I do appreciate it, but then I'm going to feel bad that I'm keeping you up. Next action actually gets the action to the reducer, but in Thunk, there's an if that interrupts the flow. So it basically just does... It stops the dispatch then, you're saying. And then we continue the dispatch when we get our result. I guess that makes sense. So this interrupts it, and then this resumes it later. You could be leaking memory. Although, if someone asks you, if you're a god, what do you say? You say, yes. If you watched Ghostbusters. All right. So that means I'm putting responsibility for how we log in into the actions, right? So instead of doing this, they say return a function. So it's would it be username password again? And then another arrow? And it's not a structure anymore, it's actual code, right? And then when we're done, we can call, oh no, it's not username password, it's dispatch. And if we wanted to, we can have the get state, right? Let's put it in there in case we want to. I want to remember that it's there. Hey there, Tim. How's it going? I was watching your stream earlier. You should check out Tim's stream if you haven't seen it. He's working on an accurate racing simulator. and he's been trying out other similar apps and getting ideas and learning things. So, no, I'm not doing unit tests. Sorry, I'm working on the front end, and I have enough on my plate just to understand how to do this correctly. So if I understand this right, just to make this work without actually doing anything asynchronous right now, I can just immediately dispatch a... What do I dispatch exactly? Oh, no, I just return, right? No, I still need to call dispatch, but I can dispatch... Hold on. I dispatch another action. So let's make another action. That would be logged in or something. Or when we log in and the answer is either that we log in successfully. Let's just assume it's successful for now. So successful login. An object with a type. Actions are objects with type and other properties. Export keyword. Yeah, this is JavaScript. So this is all within the Redux React architecture, which is sort of what do you call it? Amalgamation of React and Redux. You would dispatch hide dialog first. Yeah, that makes sense. But I'm preparing the action unsuccessful login. Oh, you're saying I can do that now? Okay, yeah, you're right. So I can dispatch hide login dialog, right? And I can just do that. And this should just work. Log in. Yeah, look at that. It worked. It's hard to see that unless I... There was a way to turn on the showing the every action, right? Anybody? I'm sure Romania knows this. I'll just search for it. There was a way in Redux to console log every dispatch, every action. Was it logging? I think it was logging. Yeah. Let's not do attempt 1 or 2. Let's just finding the actual answer. What dark mode? I'm using Dark Reader. It works pretty well. I thought there was something that we can get built in. Was it? Was it? I guess I should say React, Redux Logger middleware. Yeah, Romania's got the answer. Romania, you need to go to bed. Don't you remember? You got to get up in 6 hours. Well, now it's 5.5 hours. Too late for you. You've been helping me too much. You're off, actually? Okay. See ya. Have a good night. Understand. So, okay, we'll just follow the link Romania gave me. He's just too nice. He's helping me when he should be asleep. How come I can't get my own link? Because the window is too small. There's the link. Yeah, this is what I want. I want this. Why is it called Log Rocket? Redux Logger. Okay, we can do this. Not this console. This one of these. Oh, no. I launched the prototype, so I need yet another shell. I need another shell. Okay. Player console npm install Redux Logger. And then we just apply it, right? I remember this now. It's just I forget key things like, what is it that I installed? I remember doing this one, though. We just add it and then we just get it for free. It was nice. So let's do this. I want to see it. More middleware, and we apply middleware here. So that's logger, and we have to import it, don't we? Create logger. So const logger equals create logger. So create logger we get from React logger. And that is not default exported. You really don't get what I gain from using Redux other than typing a log on the keyboard. Seems ridiculously verbose. It's a contentious subject, right? Some people... Oh, I'm out of... Oh, you know, it's a good thing I have the bottle here with me. I'm out of drink, but I have the bottle with me. I gotta be careful though. Okay, only a little bit more. Then I gotta go eat something. Why am I drinking? It's because I'm doing React Redux, and I'm new to it. And it scares me, but this takes the edge off of it. Alright, Redux logger. Yeah, it's a contentious subject. I am using it because right now, for me, the benefits outweigh the cost. I like the fact that I can separate the actions from the well, that's really boilerplate. The containers are boilerplate. I can separate the actions from the view, from the visual representation of the data from the actual logic. So Redux allows me to do that a little bit more cleanly. Also, it allows me to put all the state in one place and then pick out the pieces I need, which is what the reducers do. So reducers just pick out the pieces that I need and nothing else, and it's designed to allow you to scale up your state and your app without running into problems. It would make you drink as well. Well, this is Mobex. What's Mobex or Mobex anyway? Is this an alternative to Redux? It looks cool. You know what? I will consider it as an alternative. I don't shut the door on any idea. So, what were we going to say? Consider or research Mobex? Is that how you spell it? As an alternative to Redux? Sure, why not? Yeah, definitely. I don't drink anything with caffeine in it anymore, but whiskey's fine. And you know it's the afternoon, so as long as you're not drinking in the morning. All right. All right, create logger. We'll create it before we create the store. Create logger. And it just takes options, right? And I don't have any options right now. So we're fine. If I wanted options, I would give it to them. I don't need any options. Let's just do it. Your Twitch turned all dark? How'd your Twitch turn dark? Oh, you used the dark reader. Yeah, that's maybe one side effect is that it turns it on or off for all tabs. There's probably a way in here to customize it to turn it on for only some sites. Yeah, so you can have a not invert Twitch if you wanted. Looks like I did that for Trello. Yeah, so you'd have to turn it. You'd have to set it so that Twitch isn't affected by it. Okay, so I should have logs now. Do I get logs? I want logs. Oh, look at that! I got logs. So I can say A, B, C, D, E, F, and I got a hide log. There we go. Oh, I'm not using the correct action. I didn't. So there we go. There's one benefit already. So that middleware is paying off. And then that is that it dispatched the wrong action. It just hid the login dialog. And that is the show dialog. Login dispatches. Oh no. Oh, the logger doesn't log these kinds of actions because they're handled, they're intercepted by the middleware. That's fine. I'm not a god. Oh, wait a minute. I'm supposed to say yes. Oops. If dark was better, why are most sites light? I don't know. The more I use dark mode, the more I hate light mode sites. So I still use OneNote, and when I do that, I'm like, oh, too bright. There's no way to tell OneNote to go to light mode. I've seen some streamers even go to as far as saying, and before they pop up a window like that, they'll say like, bright warning, brightness warning. It's hard to switch between them. Yeah. Does that mean you're not going to like my game because it's dark mode by default? Check it out. Look, it stays dark. In fact, let me add a site list to say don't invert localhost. There we go. And don't invert my game either whenever I start using that. All right. I am going to make it dark mode by default. Oh, that didn't work. Let me fix that. Why would it do that? That has to do with the CSS, doesn't it? Oh, because it's white. Okay, I want the overlay to be black. There we go. Fixed it. That's way too bright, isn't it? Let's make that one not so bright. That's better. And then how do I change the background color for inputs? That's a good question. Input. Can you just say a color? It would be background color. And then what, foreground color? Color white. And then how do you set the placeholder color? Okay, I don't know how to set the placeholder color. I want to find this out though, sorry. CSS placeholder color. There's got to be a tag for it. Am I finalizing the backend and starting? The backend is pretty much done as far as initial platform, so I'm turning my focus more to the front end. To tell you the truth, the way to see this is my Trello, so let me look at my Trello. I've been keeping a checklist here for what I want to get done before I launch the game. Launch as in have you guys try to plug into it. So all of the stuff in the backend is mostly done except for, and this is done, I did that this morning. I just have some statistics and some legal stuff, and then it's ready. So this is mostly backend stuff. It's mostly done except for legal things and some tracking, and then that's why I'm focusing more on front end today. Is it just color? Placeholder. What is this? It's getting in my way. Pseudo elements, pseudo classes, and nothing. Okay, this is maybe deeper than I care to look into. But you like the dark reader? Cool. So we're saying I can do something like input placeholder. Ah, here we go. Color something lighter. Or how about dark? There we go. Yeah, I like that. Let's just go with that for now. Screw compatibility. If it works for Chrome, then it works for me, right? Okay. All right, so let's make this asynchronous. Actually, I don't know, how much longer should I stream? The only input I got was someone said, do what I want. And I felt like continuing to go. I don't know when I should stop today. I'm having too much fun. 24-hour stream? But you EU people need to sleep eventually, don't you? Thanks for the follow, Control TF. Doesn't work in IE? I don't give a shit. So, excuse my language, but I am not going to try it in IE. I'd be willing to try it in Edge, though. Let's try Edge. And let me pull it off screen because, yeah, it doxes people if you're not careful. Let me go to localhost 3000. Okay, let's see what it does. Login. It works in Edge. Works in Edge just fine. And then Chrome? I mean, Firefox? What do you look like? Okay, it didn't quite pick the right color, but I think I'm okay with that. It picked a reasonable color. What if I do green? Oh, it did it. So what, black? That doesn't look pure black to me. It looks grayish. You know what? I'm not going to be too picky about it. It works well enough. It worked for Edge, Chrome, and Firefox, so I'm happy. Probably an illusion. Yeah, probably. All right, moving on. I want to actually make this log into the real server, dang it. Oh, doesn't that mean I need to run the server? That would be a good thing to do. Run the real server, please. To make sure the server's running, I have this admin tool that, oops, is light mode. Sorry about that. I didn't update the CSS for this. Let's remove that for now. Yeah, it shows the state of my cluster. And we need we don't need 4 servers. Remove that guy. We don't need him. By the way, when I did that, this should have gotten, oh, this is the new client. It doesn't know. But this will automatically be refreshed. Look at that. It vanished. All right. Yeah, they're going to change to Chrome anyway. Opera? Ha 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 ha. Oh, ha ha. Hearty chortle. That's interesting. I can set the zoom level for one tab and it changes the other tab. It turned dark mode back on, didn't it? Can I just do this? And then that doesn't get affected. Oh, I like that. Okay, I'm going to go with that. All right. This 3D effect, was that always there and I just didn't notice it before? Anyway. Safari, yeah. Actually, I should try it on Safari. Shouldn't I? Before I call it a day. So try out placeholder CSS on Safari. Thank you. I almost forgot that. I don't think this is going to be a 24-hour stream, but I do need to eat eventually. I'll probably go for another hour until I either get frustrated or I get really hungry. Right now I'm fueled off of whiskey and determination. Let's see. It's in my actions. Right. After we hide the login, in what I really should do is I should just have a placeholder for it because we want to hide that login and then show like the fact that we're logging in, right? So something like this. We'll just have an action. We won't really do anything yet. It'll be start login or something, or what? See, again, names. Names are the hardest things, right? Yeah, it was in software. Believe it or not, I worked at Qualcomm for 24 years. I was mostly making demo apps for the multimedia group. What kind of beer are you drinking, Skizzers? I'm not drunk. Who said that? Skizzers, you said that 3 minutes ago? I am not drunk. I'm just a little buzzed. You think I'm awesome? Well, glad. Yeah, so I guess you would call it a back-end software developer. I really don't like that term because that sounds like the back end of someone's posterior. But when I started getting into web stuff, the rough equivalent of what I was doing to the web dev environment would be called backend. So it's protocols, it's algorithms, data management, so a lot of stuff in the back end. So I didn't do a lot of web dev until very recently, and that's why I'm having so much fun and needing to drink whiskey in order to deal with this. Anyway, Beastie Ale. Sounds good. Low level back end, yeah. Some of the stuff I did I really enjoyed. We made it was just a prototype. We never made a product out of this. But you know how you have these Bluetooth, what do you call them? You stick them in your ear. Bluetooth headset, I guess you'd call it, or earpiece. We made one that ran off of Wi-Fi, and so I did the entire operating system and all the drivers and all the software on it. It was based off of FreeRTOS. I had the FreeRTOS base kernel, almost like a microkernel. And the hardware guy I worked with, he said, I'm going to use this ST micro part. I'm like, okay, I got the data sheet. I see all of the register maps for all of the built-in peripherals. And okay, I'll write the drivers for all that. So we did, what did it have on it? Basic LEDs. It had, power management. It had, what was it? It had a serial bus for sending the audio to the digital to audio converter which was then amplified and then played into your ear to hear the sound. And there was a FIFO for that. There's a lot of fun stuff. So I really enjoyed that. That's the kind of work that I did for a long, long time. But I've always wanted to make a game. I enjoy games. I wanted to make my own, and that's why I decided I would try to do after the Qualcomm layoffs happened. So, what was I going to call this? This was going to be really what I wanted to do is after we hide that the login dialog, I want to show a screen saying logging in. And then there might be a cancel button if you get impatient. And there might be some progress indicator showing what's going on. So what would that be? Start logging in? Something like that. And really, it doesn't do the starting, though. So it's more like show or reflect. How about reflect? Reflect login starting. I like that. Reflect login starting. Or actually, it's not the verb log in, it's login. And maybe instead of starting, we can say reflect login. How about we do this? How about start login progress? I'm very indecisive. Login process, reflect login process started. I like that best. Login. The noun login. Process. Started. Okay, so I'm going to dispatch that. Decide what to do with it later. Right now we're just dispatching it. And here's the rest of it. So here's where I'm going to do the login. So I'm going to pull from the old login request, but it's not like we're requesting something. It's more like we're showing on the screen that we've started the process. That's what I want. To me, the names are very important. That's why I kind of obsess over them and try to pick the best names, because this action doesn't actually start the login process. It's just reflecting that we've started it. The actual start I want to do right here, and that is what the old app used to do. So that is whatever on login did. It did this. It did a connect. It did this stuff. Okay, so this is more advanced than I want. I think I'll hard code it like I did before, because we also have to do this getting the client configuration too. So let me just hard code it for now. But I'll do this WebSocket connection is what I'll do. All right. There's no selected server. The port number and host, we'll just hard code it to be do I have, if I do it this way, do I have to give them names, right? Like this? I believe that's what I have to do. And then we connect to host. Actually, oh, that's just old. Connecting to that host. So make a new socket, and if it connects, I can put the socket directly into Redux, can't I? So I can make a couple more. Let's just handle the open for now, and error and close and message. Let's just what are we gonna do? Let's just print stuff. Console.error. Oh no, there was an error. Feels bad, man. Disconnect. Console.error. Server doesn't like me anymore. Bible thump. And then message. This is just placeholders. That's why I can be so strangely wacky humor mood kind of things I can say here. Server said, quote, event.data. Whatever. And that's just log. All right, so we'll do something later with it. Should I keep the parse? I should probably keep the parse in there. Let's do it this way. Said something. Whatever. And then this is just a normal quotes. And then we'll put the data at the end. Event.data. All right, I'll do that for now. Yeah, login's going to be a thunk action. You got it. Typical approach is to create a login and dispatch a login request. On request, you can change the UI to a spinner. Yeah, so that's what I was going to do with this reflect. So that'll turn on a spinner. And then what I'll probably eventually do for these are going to be dispatching something else that will turn off whatever spinner. Okay, problem. I just finished my glass again. I guess I could go to get a snack and keep streaming. My current record is 6 hours something. It would be kind of fun to see how far I could get towards 24 hours, but fundamentally, I'll have to stop when my wife says it's dinner time. She's not even home yet, so I could stream until that final cutoff, I guess. We'll see. That's not the right number, is it? That's not the right number. It's 84. Not going to work with 90. That's server 13, which I have offline right now. Okay. This doesn't exist yet, but I wanted to do something with it, and that's why I was creating a command here. So this is, this action is accept new connection. And we're given a socket. The type is new connection. There's a socket with it. All right. So I'm going to dispatch that. Now I'm hoping that I can dispatch complicated objects. So otherwise this is going to be end very humorously. So dispatch accept new connection. Socket. All right, and I don't have any reducer that's going to do anything with that. That's okay. I just want to see this mechanically work. Let's see if it works. Log in. Raimu. Correct battery horse staple. I didn't set that up right. Oh, also, does this do the right? It doesn't even use that information. I should at least print it out to make sure that it was correct. Username is the username. Let's do it that way, right? And then password is password. Let's see if it works. Oops. Actually, I can do whatever I want here. I just want to see it in the console. Okay, that didn't work out so well, so I did something wrong here. It could be that the dialogue on login. Oh, right. It didn't pass the right thing. So I can't just call that. I need to have this controlled. So this needs to be a full-on React component. Not a problem. How does this work exactly? That's props, right? I forget. What did it say to do? Pardon me playing with scissors, if you're still around. But let me zoom out so I can see a little bit. Uses with React. There was a way to write a component. I was just zooming out. I was hoping that you don't mind for a second. I need to just see a little bit. Here, I'll zoom back in a little bit. It's just if I zoom in too much, it gets rid of the navigation thing. I guess I don't need that anymore. Is it just props? So I don't really care about state anymore. I guess Redux is taking all my state from me. Yeah. Oh, that's if it's functional. If I make it a class, it's a little bit different, right? It's given props. Yeah, okay, I got it. Yeah. I'm not going to use React hooks yet. I know I can do it with React hooks, but I don't know it yet, so I'm going to do it with without hooks, which is to do it this way. That the props get this stuff. So, can I do this? I guess I'll just this dot. Yeah. Okay, I'll write it, and then I'm sure you guys would tell me if I get this wrong. Can I do it this way? I don't know if I can, it'll allow me to do this or not. I would like to be able to do that, but it looks like I'm not able to. That's a declaration. Export default dialog, so that takes over. So this becomes render. Render. All the JS is not like this to you? It can't be that bad, can it? Oh, right, you're a PHP guy. I keep forgetting that. I'm sorry, playing with scissors. I guess I cannot do that. What a shame. So... Actually, don't I just set the props? This props equals props? And then I have to say this props login. I don't know what I'm sorry for. I'm sorry that I didn't eat something before I passed the 4-hour mark. I'm sorry that I am out of whiskey. I'm sorry for a lot of things. Mostly I think it's because I was zooming out of this. And I know you hate it when I when people when streamers are showing text in very small fonts. Or are you talking about the PHP? The fact that JS is a little bit not like this for you. Why is this one a class? Because I want to use controlled components. I need to get the text from here to pass it into here. And I could do that with React hooks, but I don't know how to do that yet. So the idea is I'm going to have more methods here. These are going to be basically on change. Okay, I forget how to do controlled components already. I did it in the old app. Let me look it up. It was whenever I have an input in. It was just there actually. On change, and there's a value. So there's a value on change to make it a controlled component, right? This dot state dot username on change equals this dot on change username. So that makes it a controlled component, right? I'm sure I could do it with React hooks. It would be cleaner. I can make it a function, but I'll do it later, if you guys don't mind. No, I mean controlled component. So uncontrolled component would be with a ref. I wanted to do it with, I guess I'll open a new window. A React controlled component. I misspelled it, but it knew what I meant. It's not uncontrolled component. But I can go there and I can find where it... Yeah, it's not with a ref. It's in main concepts. It's here somewhere. Is it under advanced? No, I thought it was main. That was under forms. Yeah, controlled components. So the idea is whenever you change it at all, it updates some state. Because what I want the values to be available here, and I'm used to doing it with controlled components. So, I mean, I could do it with uncontrolled components. I could do it with a DOM lookup with ID. There's lots of ways I could do it, I guess. But I think I'm right now going to just do it the way I'm familiar with, which is this way. We have username empty initially, and then we have I like to capitalize these. My functions I like to capitalize. That, the way a control component works is it's past the event, and I use the event target's value. So this.setState username is event target value. That's just what I'm used to doing. And then on change password, changes the password. Okay, see ya, Whitmug. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your dinner. So once I get that, then on login can do this. I can say that passes in this state username, this state password. Actually, let me make it a little bit easier to read. I'll turn it into this dot on login. And then on login, I don't care about the argument. I think I'm still given the event if I wanted, right? But anyway, it's just going to call this.props.onLogin. Hold on, did I get that right? It doesn't actually know the name of the prop, so it's just confused. It's whatever show dialog has. On login, yeah. On login, and then this state username, this state password. So those are controlled components. So now, when I run this, it failed to compile. It doesn't contain a default export. Did I hose it? Probably. Oh, yeah, I did. What happened to it? Export default dialog. I don't know what happened to it. Component's not defined. Of course it's not defined because I forgot to define it. That is from React. And dialog is not defined. What? Show is not defined. 28. That is a prop. This dot props show. Undefined. Props is undefined? Oh, controlled component is controlled by React. What it's saying is that the element in the DOM is... Hold on, let me go back to that. It's basically saying the React is the single source of truth for the element, and the element, the form element, is controlled by React. So its value is tightly bound. So basically, whenever anything changes, it goes immediately to the React state, and the value of the element is always pulled from their same React state. So they're tightly coupled. And that, the benefit of that is that I can just get it back out of the state here. That's the only reason. If I didn't do a controlled component, I would have to find these two inputs from the DOM and grab their values and put them in here. This is just a convenience. The control in the on-change here just lets me... Basically, the state holds a copy of whatever the element has, and I can just grab it from there. That's all I'm doing. But I messed something up. Messed it up. I didn't like props. Why not? I don't know. I did something wrong. Oh, super props. Yeah, that's not the props aren't mine to control. Okay, there we go. A, B, C, D, F, login. What did it do? It didn't do anything. Not doing anything. I should probably have it pronounce what it's doing. Okay, that is show dialog, right? No, it's dial. No, it's the action, right? And no, it should have console logged the username and password, so I messed something up. This on login. Oh, I misspelled it. That would be a problem. Okay, there we go. Look, it connected. I have a connection, but I probably got banned because I didn't log in. Oh, I would have gotten banned, but I am whitelisted. Ha 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 ha. Whitelisted prevents me from getting banned. All right, yeah. I have a rule in my backend that if you connect and you don't identify yourself within a second, that you get banned by IP. Unless you're whitelisted, because I'm debugging. Okay, so that's good. So if I collapse that, it got into the login, it hid the login dialog, it reflected that it got started, it did the connect, and accepted it, so it got the socket back out. And there's the socket, look at that. It got the socket. Cool. Server doesn't like, so the server disconnected on us a little bit later. All right, cool. What does connect mean in the case of banning? What it means when I ban by IP, if you try to connect again, it will just disconnect right away when it realizes what IP you're coming from. And I thought about pushing the banning further out to the firewall and basically blocking all packets from that IP address. But the ban is not permanent. It's only temporary. It's only meant to mitigate denial of service. So if something connects in and doesn't identify, it's probably not the real game client, and so it's probably a pen test, and I just basically rate limit them. What's not like this playing with scissors? What did I say? I missed some input. I missed some chat. What did I say? What did you guys say? The username and password, well, okay, ultimately, the username and the password are in this dialog box as DOM elements, right? These are input elements. And so all I'm really doing is making copies to the React state, which we can see here if I click on this dialog. So it shows up. Where does it show up exactly? I guess it should show up. It should show up here, right? Yeah, the state there. The how do I raise this up? There we go. That form, the dialog, the props are the actions we can perform and whether or not to show the dialog. But so I'm holding the what you're typing in as actual state. And you can see every time I make a type, it changes it. And that's only really temporary state. And I'm just using it as a convenience so that they're available in the action that I dispatch when I do login. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. I've had too much whiskey to know if I'm explaining it right or not. All right, let's to go any further, I need to have more state to the app, don't I? I need to in that action, something has to reduce this, and we should also reduce these too. I need to have reducers for those. So the reflect login process started. I should actually have a reverse of this, right? Let's have this be completed. And we'll dispatch that one when we get to the end here either way. I actually kind of like this. This Redux is growing on me because it lets me do a separation here. I can basically say all of the actions that can happen, and then I can have them done from more than one place. Because if we either open or we have an error, right? Either way, I'm going to reflect that it completed. We just basically remove the spinner or whatever I have, and then accept new connection will be, what do we call, reduced to updating the UI to show that we're logged in, right? It doesn't make sense to you, but neither does CPP. Well, playing with scissors, we got to get you to expand your horizons a bit. What would you rather learn next, JS or C++? I suspect that you're going to say JS if you had to pick one. Although I suspect if you had the option to pick anything, it would be something other than either of the two, right? TypeScript, I see. Okay, I missed a little bit of chat. If someone could send out a SYN with a spoofed source IP and get another IP banned, yes, they could get their other IP banned. Which is why the bans are always temporary. So this banning, where was it? This banning, it's temporary. Because I'm sure that one form of denial of service will be on purpose to try to ban someone else's IP, and I don't want that to become permanent. There's not much I can do if some bad input comes from an IP address. I don't know if it was you or someone who was trying to get you in trouble. So the compromise is that there's a temporary ban so that it may block legitimate traffic from that IP, but only temporarily. When the attacker goes away, then the real user from that IP could actually play the game. That's the best I think I can do. You always like C++, so it's way too low level? Yeah. I would agree with that. Okay, how much further do I want to get? I've been going almost 6 hours. Actually, you know what I'm going to let decide it for me? How many people are watching? 25? Okay, I'll keep going a little bit. You can wait until the TCP handshake is completed to start the ban and then implement SYN-only version. One thing I'm hoping to mitigate Sin flood is the fact I'm using CloudFront. I was really hoping that it will some front end like that for at least the client side to protect. Actually, that will only protect the client side. Yeah, I don't really have any sin flood protection right now. It's gonna bring the game down for everyone, I think. Unfortunately, there's not much I can do unless I have some kind of intelligent firewall. C with electronics would be an ideal. Well, you don't have to worry about memory management. You just use global variables. Export login. Okay. This is old. I don't need this. This is getting a little bit more to the point where I should probably group it. You know what makes sense to me is to have logical groups. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, I want to do that, but I want to complete this login process. That sounds like a good goal to have. I wanted to actually log in, so after we log in, I can chain these, right? So yeah, let's chain them. Accept new connection is going to be itself an asynchronous operation because I can, and it will be so one level removed. Like that. So accept a new connection. I do want to have... No, I don't. Never mind. I already had that. So that is well balanced. Accept new connection is going to... Okay, I do need one to actually store the socket for later use. So let's have accept connection socket. Okay, that's too close in name to that. So what do I want to name it? Store socket. Store connection socket. So whatever reducer is going to store it for me, I'll yeah, that's a good question for later. So this gets a socket now. Some reducer's got to store it somewhere that we can get back to it later. All right, so we're going to dispatch that one initially. Socket. And then I want to do the next stage of the login. And that is on login, connect, on connected does this stuff. So let me just reduce it down to, let's say if we have a login token or not. Well, let's not even do that. Let's just do username password. So it would be this one. So it's socket.send login with the username and password that we get from where? I guess I can pass them to that action. Actually, that does make sense. Let's do it that way. So username and password are also given to accept new connection. Then we use them, and let's not have, I need that later possibly, but let's leave it out for now. And then what do we get? So in order to respond back, well, it's going to say that. Let's just try it out. Failed to compile because on line 45 I messed up. What did I do wrong? Oh, I didn't name this. This is store socket connection. Store connections socket. All right, login. Correct. Oh, I don't have to say it. I need to fix that login thing, don't I? All right, so this is going to form a new socket, and I can just watch the traffic on it. Oh, there we go. So it sent the login with the password, and we got back. So the console will probably say, "We said something, whatever." Yep. Cool. All right. I'm gonna check this in, and I think I will take advantage of the fact that the old app is in Git. Hold on. Where am I? I'm gonna delete the old app. I can get it back with Git. So for example, I could go to app. Well, really, I can go to any file here, and I can go to Git lens, and for oh wait a minute, I can't get it here, but I can go under repository. I can get it back. That's Raft. I don't want Raft. This one. Player console. There we go. I can get it back from here. Source app. Or I can get back the original app if I need it. So I can go ahead and remove it from version control. I think I really should go get something to eat and wind down the stream. As much fun as this is, it's approaching 6 hours and I really need to eat something. Did I change Redux? No, that's just telling me that it's a new repository. That is telling me that I'm a different branch. Okay, so we're fine. Oh, playing with scissors? You think I should keep going? I would need to eat something though. Why does this want deep diff? Oh, that's the package lock. Okay, so what did I do? I really just added Redux, React Redux, Logger, and Thunk. Yeah, that makes sense. And sure, the changes to package lock, we can just accept that. I added those fonts because I'm going to use them. Let's make that a separate check-in, actually. Let's uncheck this. So add fonts that are planned for use in the real player. I should do whatever I feel. Yeah. You know what I feel like doing is eating and then coming back and streaming more. I just don't know if people will come back. I don't like to have a BRB lunch screen or something like that. But I wouldn't mind coming back and streaming more. Would people come back and watch if I streamed later? Because most people in the EU are probably going to be asleep. I wouldn't mind streaming until later. You would? Okay. Maybe I will. You won't leave, but I would feel bad though, because I'm going to be eating and not streaming. Okay, we're going to check this in separately, I guess. So add Redux, Logger, and Redux Thunk. Essentially. And React. React Redux and Redux Thunk. Okay. Oh, I'm sure you're 100% of a person at least. So I not only changed the app, I also moved it down into views, which makes sense to me. Why is that showing? Oh, that's right. We can ignore that for now. So I'm going to call this work in progress, and I don't think I need that game thing, actually. Oh, hold on. We don't test UIs. LOL. All right. That I'm just going to ignore. I'm just going to get rid of it. Actually, let's get rid of it now. I don't need that game. That was before I decided to use Redux. Get rid of game. Bye-bye. Back when I was confused. So this is all part of the restructure that's in progress. So work in progress, restructure and redesign of the player front end. I probably don't need the Redux clone anymore. I was just using that for an example. Urgh. UI testing stream confirmed. You might sleep when I come back. Well, I'm happy that you came by to watch. I don't want to keep you up too late. So have a good night if you do go to sleep. I might resume streaming because this was so much fun, but I do need to eat now. I don't like to have a BRB screen. So if there's someone who I really feel like raiding, I will. Otherwise, maybe I'll just let it auto host. And then maybe I'll come back. If I don't come back later today, then I'll be back tomorrow morning for sure. And Stream Elements, thank you. My streaming schedule is starting around 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight, so that's 1700 hours. Thanks for the follow, Black Vulcan. I like your name. Awesome name. And of course, today I went way over because I was having so much fun. I might stream later, but we'll see. There are a lot of people I follow that are streaming right now. I think it would be fun to see what Pocket Watch is up to, actually. Because Pocket Watch is a team of 2 developers working on a game in C++, so that's near and dear to my heart. It's prime East Coast time right around now. Yeah, I'm sorry I have to go, though. I might be back. In the meantime, let's go raid Kerosene / Pocket Watch. I think Kerosene is the name of their game. But it is a top-down raid... why did I say raid? Roguelike. Top-down roguelike game written in C++. So we're going to go raid him, and I'll go eat. And sober up a little bit. Here we go. I'll see you guys either later tonight or tomorrow. Until then, have a good one. Bye!